Okay. Recording is live. Camera should be live as well. Music. I'm gonna go ahead and set it aside over here. I'm gonna play it. Set it up acceptable volume so it's not too loud. And we'll just pick up from where we last left off. Quite calm settles over the waters of Lake Baratok. The dull, sunless sky is overcast by dark and gloomy clouds. The Tower of Kazan, the ancient archmagi, stands decrepit and crumbling upon its lonely island. Scorch marks left by the dragon's lightning scarred its edifice, and the marshy grass beneath your feet has been scorched by alchemist's fire. You stand outside the tower's doorway. Before you is the sight of a cindering barrel-top wagon splintered into 1,000 pieces by an explosion. Its contents are absolutely obliterated. All that remains are smoldering fragments aglow with flecks of amber and a gold-trimmed wheel bent out of shape and embedded in the ground. Glass flask fragments are sprayed out like shrapnel sunk into the ground, the stone wall of the tower. See a few chicken feathers float upon the wind. Your clothes and armor have been singed and badly damaged by the near-lethal explosion, and your ears still ring from its concussive force. Battered, bruised, and aching, you trudge out of the tower and into the smoke. You hear the clatter of galloping horse hooves out in the distance from some distance far off to the south, past the smoke, and drawing closer. I heard one of you guys speak up for a moment. Do you want to say something?
No, it's alright.
Okay.
Nope.
As you continue to look past the smoke, you see a lone rider upon a beautiful steed. She rides toward the tower. As she draws closer, you can tell it's a woman with long, wavy brown hair tied by a red band. Jewelry swings from her braids, and she wears a vermilion cuffed coat over a billowing white poet blouse, stained crimson with blood. She pulls on her horse's reins, stopping short from the remains of a purple wagon. The purple wagon. Looking annoyed, she curses in foreign tongue between shuddering breaths. Maybe Vulkatsi. She catches sight of you, and in a somewhat weak voice, she speaks with a Vistani accent. You there, Giorgio. What happened here? What happened to my caravan?
Dragon.
Stammering through your words, the word dragon. She's somewhat puzzled, and then dismounts her horse, clutching wounds upon her side, and approaching with a slight limp. Limps closer. In true esoteric Vistani fashion, you see her clothes tell of a person who spares no expense in looks. The fine silks and cloth of her shirt and coat are dyed in radiant shades of orange and vermilion with golden thread accenting them with intricate patterns. Her voluminous, wavy brown hair and tan skin speak of her Vistani heritage, but some of her facial features, perhaps, and a set of pointed ears, betray a hint of elven ancestry, perhaps, in her blood. The Vistana's gait is uneven, partially due to her wounds, and in part due to a bronze-leg prosthetic that reaches up to her right thigh. She's well armed, overly so, with a rapier at one side featuring a beautifully forged handle guard, and a ruined hand axe upon the other hip. You see a silver short sword rest in a third sheath, and a light crossbow is strapped across the back and next to a quiver of bolts. Her belt houses an area of wooden stakes, silver daggers, vials of holy water, and other corked glass tubes containing all manner of potions. If you were to guess, it would be a safe assumption that this woman is some sort of a monster hunter by trade. What do you do?
Jeb would go and just repeat what he said in the RP chat, which is, curious cats with fat tails about. Good at catching mice, bad at playing dice. and thieves can't. Essentially calling people
Nobody here speaks these cans, so only the standard knowledge. As I sort of kind of mentioned before, I can summarize this. We don't have to read the entire thing. If anybody's curious, you can read the RP chat, indeed. But essentially, Jeb spoke on behalf of the party here, apologizing for the accident, the destination of the Stanisvardo, and entered a sort of a parley, promising compensation on behalf of his father's mercantile company. That being said, if anybody wishes to chime in, because you didn't get to an RP chat, you may.
Jeb has offered Samson's healing services, as he would, because he can do it, and to a lesser extent, Aya's, because she is clearly hurt.
Do you want to treat her, Samson?
Well, cast a healing version. For 6 hit points worth of healing.
Still clutching her bloody side, she says in a sort of relief, some measure of comfort.
Whatever did that to you? Looks
Bit a
rather
little bit more
violent.
than I can chew. Thought I could take on the Lord of the Land all by myself, but the castle held its fair share of surprises.
For any reason, are you Van Richten?
I am not Dr. Rudolf Frederick. The name's Ezmerelda the Avenir of Corvara, but friends call me Ez. Sure.
Well, then you must be one of the ones that he mentioned in the letter that you would be taking upon one of Dr. Van Richten's name.
Kind of him to still remember me after all this time. Though I did not receive any letter. I did, however, travel through the mists of the land, Barovia, hoping to find track of my lifelong man. I heard a
Did you-
rumor that... Go ahead.
Oh, did you travel alone? Is Laurie, Jennifer, or Alanir with you? Alanik?
I haven't seen them in years. We each went our separate paths, some of us sticking in pairs, but for the most part I've been traveling alone or alongside my kin. Now, I'm alone until I'm reunited with my mentor once more. Traveled.
You said you traveled through the mists.
Yes, as is
you-
my privileges we stand.
Out. Oh,
It is
that's
by an ancient blood oath that my kin is allowed in and out of the mists to travel freely.
But if you're pursuing Strahd, wouldn't he be able to take that away from you?
I wouldn't imagine he would keep me in here. Strahd is many things, but he is bound to his word. But I do not intend to leave anytime soon. I am not quite finished here yet.
I certainly know of wards that are less directed. You can ban categories or allow categories to move, but it's more difficult if you want
What
to try
is
and
the
single
word?
out individuals from them.
Of those people, those Georges among your midst, paladins, they have their oaths. Words spoken that cannot be broken lest you break the person himself. Strahd is bound by such oath. He owes much to my people. His life was spared, and so he spares ours, and allows us to reign free through the mist. The day Strahd breaks that word, Strahd makes his very being. But enough about the devil. You mentioned Van Richten. I heard a rumor that he had gone to Barovia to slay the most powerful vampire of them all. I couldn't let him go on his own, however. It's my help despite
Yes.
what he believes.
But touching back on something real quick, are you alluding to there being a higher power than Strahd?
You got gods, what I call the strands of fate. There is always a higher power at play. Whether something pulls Strahd strings, well, it is a philosophy. One might meditate on. I do not have the facts. I only just arrived a few days ago. I still conduct my research.
At this point, Samson would have definitely left the tower.
Yeah. I
Well,
wrote to this old tower seeking Van Richten. You mentioned him.
he,
Yet to
I
find.
think he took shelter up at the top of this, unless it was you who set the dragon trap on the tower.
While I'm capable of many magics and the evil eye is with me, I'm not so evil as to summon a dragon to protect this crumbling home? He says with a question connotation.
There is a home in the top floor.
I
It
know.
seemed to belong to Van Richten, and
I know. I've been here before. Left my Vardo here before, which I might say is not as I left it. Speaking. But
and you know of the head kept in the box. At Dr. Van Richten's footlocker.
That is a very tragic tale, but the man chose his fate. Jan, the man whose head that belongs to, was one of my people who was a Vistana once before he became a Mortu. What's the word? Banished from our clan. He was caught stealing from the elders, and we do not condone such behavior. He was banished until one day, from what I've read from Van Richten's journal, they met on the road. Van Richten offered him a ride, and they stuck together for a tenuous few days before, thieves be thieves, correct? Jan tried to rob Van Richten. Van Richten slit his throat. Ironically, Jan's has been apparently proving more useful dead than he was ever alive. Tragic, but a thief met a thief's end.
Officers should know their betters.
Well,
You had luck in tracing my mentor by chance. I've been tracking him for
we
the better part of a week.
unfortunately we just arrived here and have barely finished with Dragon. I had a chance to do a little bit of looking at the top of the tower, trying to figure out who was responsible for that dragon. But beyond that, you arrived.
Dragon is a conjuration, a protection magic. I didn't bother with the door, for I knew better than to mess with draconic rules. I imagine whatever great magi assembled this tower has set up defenses. The field, the dragon, the door, whatever else might this tower host.
Yeah.
Definitely very well protected. Ezmerelda, are you familiar with Madame Eva? Eva.
Raunieva is a very wise woman. She is the leader of the tribe down by the Serpools. I have never had the pleasure of meeting her, but heard much about that woman.
We had a chance meeting with the... He's like trying to be polite. Old woman... With the old woman when we first came to this land, and
There's no need to be polite. She is a crone.
I wanted to be a bit more diplomatic, but yes, the crone.
Vistani are
And,
awfully
well-
honest about things, yeah.
One of my reading was that someone like you would, cross my path, and you would have word of my mother. I didn't think I could find anything in this land but misery and more wolves, but here you are. Uh, Are you familiar with the woman that looks similar to this? He would just display himself.
I come across many faces, and I fear I'd remember one such as yours. But if your fortune, past, present, future, is that which you seek answers for, like many women of my tribe, I am blessed with prescience. I can look into the cards, we can inquire, and see what they tell.
I am very eager to take a reading, please.
At this point, we can proceed with what we did with NRP, brief explanation of, unless anybody else has any questions to Ezmerelda the Avenue that I can answer.
I was gonna ask, Esmeralda, how familiar, or how well do you know the Dr. Van Richten to know of his family affairs?
She is quite familiar. Without getting too much into details, for she doesn't seem to quite trust you with the too personal yet. She has known Dr. Van Richten since a very young age. Stayed with him for quite a few years, and in that time is well acquainted with his situation with his son and his relationship with Vistani in general. A very sour note, you can tell by the way she speaks about it. But she holds on to the hope that, just like with her, perhaps one day Van Richten will be able to forgive himself for his action and visit the people responsible for his son's eventual death.
Okay, that's pretty much what I wanted to know.
Yeah. Well, I don't suppose we should. I think we should probably. I don't think we should stay here that much longer unless there's reason to. We're making our way back to Valakai.
I suppose, if you'll forgive me, I require some measure of rest. I was hoping to rearm myself with whatever I had left at the bar, though. Fortunately, she's saying this, she kind of looks around and breathes. I've taken most that was of my worth with me in my saddles, but I still do require some rest and resupply up in the tower. I will take the time to read your fortune for your friend over yonder and any who wish to have questions answered. She asks, walking with more straighter as the wounds slowly and steadily begin to heal, but blood stands, but the hurt is still there.
Jeb will do his best to, give her a hand and do like the gentlemanly thing of, let me help you out. You look like shit.
Thank you.
You have a way with your words, Jeb.
He doesn't actually say that, but he's.
A man should be honest. A woman should be honest. Every person should be honest in this world. There are too many lies.
Samson, I understand that we have pressing business in Vallaki, but I didn't think I would ever cross paths with Ezmerelda, let alone have her so soon. I would like to spend some time gleaning what I can. This being the only thing that interests me within these blasted lands, other than my escape. Besides, it looks like the rest of you could use just a bit more rest. Still looking a bit worse for wear.
Either way, Ezmerelda would not wait. Esmeralda Avenue proceeds to hitch her horse and make her way up to the tower. You watch as she deftly maneuvers up the scaffolding and then, not bothering with the door, leaps up to grab a few air slits and whatever other hold she may reach, until finally reaching the fourth floor window. Climbing inside. You can take the elevator if you wish, or whatever else. But should you follow, you find her by the herbalist table on the fourth floor, swiftly grinding away herbs and mixing liquids. In a matter of minutes, she cooks up a tonic atop the iron stove. It says a kettle of tea, preparing it. then pouring its contents into cups for any who should share with her. She applies the tonic to her own cup, drinks it, and after taking a moment to rest, begins rearranging the furniture around the room to provide you, Jeb, a seat across the table. With practice motions now, she unwraps what looks to be a silk bundle, lays out a familiar deck of cards before you. Perhaps not identical to the one that Madame Eva had, with a little touch of this Vistanian's taste to it, but the art is similar, less. Since you had the pleasure of meeting Madame Eva, I assume that you know how this works, yes?
His hands tremble, and he takes the deck from her and focuses on them.
Focus upon them, and as you close your eyes, in seconds, memories become vivid as smells and sights are drawn from your mind and flow like mana into the deck. You grasp, you shuffle some more, till, like a gentle voice in your head, the deck whispers words in a foreign tongue at first, and then strangely you understand the words. That's enough. Put me down. Ezmerelda draws her. Ezmerelda draws her sword, an inch out of its sheath, and presses her thumb against the blade before drawing a series of symbols upon the table in crimson. She then quickly draws 3 cards and places them face down up around the central symbol, like that of an open eye with 3 conjoined pupils. She makes a gesture in the air in a triangular pattern, whispering in a foreign tongue, "Alzem trupimat." The blood symbols begin to glow, ignited with arcane flame. The ritual reminds you of a sort of a seer witchcraft akin to what you would witness at a fair or would read about in texts of ancient shamanistic tribes. One by one, she flips the cards over, revealing their faces. Do you want to go through this again, or do you remember it? Do you want to share it with the party?
I remember it. I would share it with the party, so you just give them a summary, so they know what's going on.
Because the first card features some sort of a ghostly figure, as the Vistana says. See a ghost. A message in its own right. Like the past, it always takes precedence. It looms haunting like a secret buried long ago, awaiting to be put to rest. Then flips the second card. 7 of Swords, the hooded one. I see you reunited with kin, perhaps someone whose face is veiled from your memory. This fortune is shrouded, subject veiled by destiny's will. But do not despair. Sometimes, even that which is hidden reveals its own true nature by hiding. The last card revealed gives Ezmerelda a sort of pause. Another absolute truth, already set in the past. Horseman speaks of death, disaster and former flaws, the end of a bloodline. The Vistana then picks up the 3 cards and with practice movements places them between her fingers and quickly turns them in her hand. They shift and blur into one last card, which Ezmerelda tosses before Jeb. 7 of Glyphs, the Charlatan. Card that speaks of liars and those who profess to believe one thing but actually believe another. With a final gesture, she momentarily hovers her hand over the card, then passes her hand over it. The face changes, the card's face becoming smooth and reflective like a polished mirror in which Jeb's face is the only thing you can see. You are seeking answers to questions haunting your past, but that which you seek is gone from the world of the living. Mother was taken from you by a misguided man who now hides behind many masks, ashamed of his past deeds. A trace of your mother's lineage remains, but fate obscures them from me, my seeing eye. Even the most grim of truths, she says, contain within them a silver lining. Your loved ones were never abandoned. Perhaps in another strand of fate, you would have been raised under the care of your human lineage. That you have been denied such a fate is cruel, but rest assured that you are not alone in this world, in this grief. Survivors who carry within them your mother's blood still walk this earth. If it is any comfort, she says, the cards reveal to me where she is buried. I remember you over chat inquired about how your mother died and who did it, and in short, it's all in RPG chat, very detailed, but in short, ultimately, because of death was revenge of another over her.
And I believe you mentioned there. I think the only thing that would be brought up is like you mentioned. I think a cruel vampire that was the cause or something along those lines, right? Because he was like, who, where is she, and all these other questions. And I think you revealed something along the lines of, essentially something that led him to believe was
I
Rahad.
can read it and go into detail, and you can tell me exactly where your inquiry lies. Ultimately, the cause of her death was revenge, justice of great wrongs. The woman was desperate, living on the roads, a beggar who had to resort to crime for coin. Her gang kidnapped a boy and sold him to slavery far from home, deep within the land of Darkon. For that sin, she paid with her life. A vengeful father turned his rage upon the guilty. Her grave lies in a fractured realm such as this one, amid ageless monuments which crumble before the shroud where the mists hunger. Though the father lost his son, he couldn't find it in his heart to punish the innocent. Thus, Jeb was spared. On that day, Jeb, a babe, was delivered away from home and into the embrace of his father. She says, vengeance digs several graves. One dug for her in the land of Darkon, where she's buried alongside forgotten wizard tyrants and ancient evils. A land shattered by supernatural catastrophe, so eroded that its borders face gradual deterioration, yada yada yada. But yes, Dark Lord of Darkon was the subject of that.
And then you also brought up like a Mistwalker traverses Barovia. So he brought up traverses Barovia and he asked, "Is he one of yours?" But also regarding the ruthless vampire. And then that's when he brought up, "I've heard tell of a ruthless vampire from the folk. Cruel vampire they met in," and then he alludes to the book, and then she immediately seems to know what he was alluding to.
Yeah, before you pretty much turn her attention back to the tome and away from the prophecy, the last thing she said about that vampire lore was that she knows much about Darkon and the evils therein, how each dark domain kind of hosts its own twisted dark lords, and while Strahd toys with his subjects, Darkon's leaders and secret police, the Kargat, are led by much more ruthless evils, so vile their kind that their leaders, Brador the Bloody and Baroness Elcio, turned and enslaved their own kind. Vampires mating with the living to produce hybrids capable of blending in with their prey, such that Darkon spawns these demons and its leaders bend them to their will. Yeah, the Mistwalker, you asked about the Traveler in the Mist, and I said it is within the possibility that the person possesses a talisman to traverse the mist. The most concerning fact, indeed, since not many of us, she says, her included, exist outside of the Vistani tribe. To which she brought her attention to Tome, and long story short, I kind of made a call on behalf of the party that I don't think anybody here, having met Ezmerelda and listened to what she is, would. Would you allow her to take a look in the tome, Strahd? This is a question to the party.
I would say so. I mean, is she trying to enter it?
No, she's curious to find out what it is.
Oh, that would be. I think that's fine. Me personally.
Who has it on their person again? Is it Novark?
Or
Ezmerelda shows an immense interest in the tome, shifting conversation in an attempt to learn all there is to know about it.
Is Novark downstairs, or did you come upstairs to see the reading?
No, you would have stayed in there.
There's no need for a battle map. We can just,
Because he would just shout down.
Yeah.
He would if you are there, he would just turn to Novark. Novark, that book that you read where you looked like you got into a fight with another pack of
Like-
wolves.
As you're saying that,
Yeah.
is God, why am I blanking? Who's our Christoph, our companion?
Christoph and
who's-
Reno remain outside the tower, taking a rest by the
Okay.
lake's shore.
Okay, so he is not in the room while Jeb is saying
No, he
this.
is far from ear's reach.
Okay.
He's trustworthy, Samson. He's dressed well.
Yeah,
Yet he
nothing
survived an
trustworthy about.
explosion with no effort.
He was outside. He was lucky.
He was close enough that he should have been caught. Even yourself got caught. But with how nimble you can be at times.
He's clearly practiced. There's more to him than
No.
is.
Yes, there's something off about him. He behaved
Yes, he-
oddly entering the tower as well.
He's the
hesitated.
only only light of civilization in this this mist-forsaken land.
Okay, with that, Samson will
Yeah.
look at the rest of the group. Back at
Yeah,
Jeb.
hardly.
I mean,
Really?
if we don't trust him, we could always ask him to make a test. If you think like he's something else, and I point to any blades that we have.
To that point,
Oh.
you see Ezmerelda kind of momentarily peer her eyes over the tome. Same goes to the rest of you. As much as you don't trust this Christoph, I will not trust any of you. You will all be put to the blade. Nah, sorry. To the test of steel.
As
Common is not her
I
first
would've-
language.
yeah, I would have had sacred flames light up in my hands for a second as she said that before putting them out.
Jumpy iron.
Thinking that she was about to attack.
Ambush time.
Well,
One
to the
person
blade!
versus the five of you, yeah. I
He's
have
that good of a fighter.
I have less than half my HP after the confrontation that I had. I'm gonna fucking take out on all of you, yeah.
I mean,
Uh.
Samson right now is bloodied and a little bit shaken.
Right.
No one does look to Jeb though yet. As like I said, no merchant I have ever met will do something out of the kindness of their heart. None would.
I don't expect him to act of altruism. We've saved his life. He's paid us or he's given us a trinket to show his trustworthiness, and we are helping him traverse the dangerous roads back to Vallaki, in which he has his shop after him doing business in Crash. It is a chance meeting of a man who needs our help, and we.
Oh, in the end,
I'm
what
sure
it
he needs
seems.
our help.
Yeah, no, as it seems, would he have actually needed our help? This is a man that must have travelled those roads many a time before
But-
we
I mean,
And-
we found him under siege by Wolf. His horse just
Yeah,
died like
and-
minutes ago.
and
But how did he get there? He would have had to leave
he travelled himself.
shortly before us.
We have seen other people that died on
We
the
found
roads.
him in a cart and his horse just died. How'd you get here? By horse. Like, I just imagine like
I'm
this was standing being there like
think-
who am I?
This is a man who has travelled these roads between Vallaki and Crest probably many times. And he's probably done it on his own.
we
course.
we were not moving slowly on that road. We
He
didn't see him when we left, and yet we arrived. He must have survived those wolves for a long time. He was holding his own. Sure, he lost his horse, but he was doing just fine there.
he was returning. Wasn't he returning from Kresh when we ran into him? Like
No,
he was coming.
he was going.
He's
No,
going
he was
to
going
Krest.
from Valakai to Kreshk.
I mean,
and
he got
he should have been faster than
merchandise.
He shouldn't have been that much faster than us.
Well, that's assuming that he was coming from Vallaki directly. He might have had a slight detour. Like Jeb is clearly just like explaining away. He's clearly he's Team Kristoff.
Samson, yes, and you can clearly see that Samson is not buying any of your attempted explanation.
But
No, but he's
I'll
not
give it
like
to you.
he's not rationalizing. He's just like he's just like, look, it's not that big of a deal. He's whatever. Like, he's trustworthy, guys. He's a merchant.
Yeah, I'm sorry, lad, but between you and Christoph, you both seem like bullshit merchants.
All merchants are sus.
Yeah, no, you can talk the talk, but you can basically talk your way out of anything, any situation, and basically just change a subject to something else entirely.
Well,
And you do that a lot, Jeb. You have to see it.
what we can do is ask in Balakai if people know him, if he's truly a merchant, and I think that will satisfy everyone.
We know no. The people of Valagi know him as a merchant because he owns that glass store. So we know that.
So then,
Well,
what's the problem? He's a
so
merchant, and therefore trustworthy.
yeah, he's telling the truth.
The-
He's not lying
the-
about his business.
The problem is his skill. He's far too skilled for a merchant. There's something else about him. I don't
He was
know what
most
it
likely
is.
more than just a
He could
merchant
be a
beyond
mer-
these mists.
To be
This
fair,
is what he's had to resort to.
exactly. Like if you want to survive in here, you have to become resourceful or die.
The Vistana just kind of shakes a finger at Ab, not in like a you, in like an agreement almost gesture. True. If you do not know how to wield a blade or how to use a crossbow, you are as good as wolf's meat on the roads. But
And again, I don't.
I mean, if trust in him is what you seek and trust in you is what I seek, it is easy to find out. She produces a steel, thin blade, crisp dagger kind of thing out of her sleeve and kind of face it. If I can trust you, I'll have you pass this test of steel so I know I work among friends.
Seeing Novark clearly, like, he's almost offended that Novark would think anything of Jeb, and Jeb volunteers to go first for the test of steel. And as he holds his hand out, he shakes and then faints before the blade actually gets him. So he's gonna pass out immediately before.
As you
Before she
hear a
cuts him.
thump upon the room, Ezmerelda just kind of sighs and, is he? I guess. And she just kind of takes your hand and just pricks it a little bit.
Slits his throat.
You get used to it.
Yeah, the boy has courage, but he has the heart of a rabbit.
And then satisfied that, you draw blood. Red one of that. She quickly applies a little band-aid on your finger and kisses it all better. And then looks to the rest of you. As somebody should put him on a bed. He'll recover. Perhaps a damp cloth over his brow and he's a first. It's the first time I see a fainter.
Well, with Kristoff, he has things definitely in question, but at the same time, as soon as he returns to Vallaki, he's no longer a part of our little cohort.
Yeah, but it's also the issue that he seems very interested in Irina. Too.
She's a noble and he's a merchant. He wants contacts. Like he was the daughter of the Burgomaster of Barovia. That's a great
Well,
contact.
And to be fair, if she is who I think that you're speaking, being the only woman that's not in this room, frankly, she's hot.
I didn't notice. Oh, I'll check her out.
I do like a woman who can hold up her own sword. Wink at Aya.
Yeah.
With that being said, she still expects you to pass the test of steel. For the werewolves among us, while Jeb and Aya may pass the test of steel with no issue, Novark and Samson are at risk of being exposed. You will need to come up with some way to subtly hide your werewolf curse or perhaps reveal it. It's really up to you.
While you think about it, I'll wink her back and grab the knife and full plate is like everything is covered on armor, right?
Full plate, usually, yeah, you have gaunt and stuff, but it will take you a few seconds to doff one off if you want to expose flesh.
Okay.
You can like stab yourself in the neck if you. Really
Yeah,
want.
I was gonna say like I'm gonna scratch one side of my face, and then
It's a little bit
heal it.
dramatic. You have such a pretty face to scar, but she takes a moment to stay sound and concentrates, and you can feel a cold sensation down your spine as you feel some sort of magic. You can't quite tell, kind of rush through your body into your core, and then ebb away. And she becomes a little bit less serious and relaxes her face.
And while the guys are thinking, you say that Van Richten came to kill the greatest. Yeah, sorry, I cannot pronounce that.
It's fine. It's fine.
Came here to kill the greatest vampire that he knows. But we have found like before him there was another one, and it seems like he took his place, or that's what I understood.
You found.
Yes,
What do you mean you found?
there is a book about a cult, and the cult say that before Strahd there was another dark power. It doesn't specify that it was a vampire, but I believe it was.
We'll take a look at this book if you need answers. Sometimes the cards do not have all the answers.
But beyond that, like Strahd took the vacuum when that power disappeared. There
Right.
is other vampires that, while they died, they cursed the land, they corrupted, and I show her like the staff. Like you can see, like this branch is alive.
Defiance blood belongs to those vampires who have been defeated and buried and forgotten.
So
Concern
how
myself with such vampires, for they are truly gone and dead.
And as is mentioning that book, I will mage hand the leather-bound journal with the green skull from Durst House. So that's the.
If you would allow her, she can scan through it, but me as a DM, I remember it by heart. So,
If I remember correctly, it's on the cult of
Ossibus.
Oh,
Yes, that one.
Yeah.
The Cult of Ossibus. Player handouts, prayers to the and rituals of the Cult of Ossibus.
Yeah, that guy.
Where here do you
That
see another
is
vampire?
found-
Because there isn't. I don't remember.
No, it doesn't say another vampire. It
Mhm.
says like Strahd was hunting for dark power, and when they took him out, the cult took Strahd and used it like a conduit or something like that.
So you're talking about Ossibus himself.
Yes.
Yes.
And my question really is like how he's planning to destroy the power, not the vampire. Like, the power transform takes another shape, but it remains there.
I would imagine somebody, she says with some measure of concern as she lifts through this book, as powerful as Strahd would have his own class of magic, his own resources. I mean, for 100 years in that castle, one would assume he learned much, and perhaps has lore from forgotten places on how to seek and destroy these forces. I'm but a humble monster hunter under the mentorship of one man. I have perhaps 10 years, half a century under my belt. So which I do not know of such dark lore, but this is why we have things like this. She puts one book. Continues to study it, and I'll have to do so as a DM as well. There is a way to destroy dark powers. I don't think it's detailed in this book.
No, we haven't found it.
As she's reading that, Samson will use the fact that he is currently bloodied and collect some of the blood into his hand before going to mage hand the dagger over to him and slice in his already bloodied palm.
I'm gonna say
Because I was bloodied and knocked all the way down from I was bloodied by the dragon and then knocked out from the explosion.
Yeah, I'm gonna say that's a very creative way of doing it, and because she's inspired by the books indeed, she still has her passive perception. So I'm gonna have you rule me like a sleight of hand against her passive, not active perception. If you don't mind. Thanks.
Oh, joy.
And that's actually a really good time to get out her
Because
see.
I get nothing on that.
You are too dead for past, Samson.
That's wonderful. That's very in key. She is a monster hunter. She's quite serious about her tests, and without even lifting her eyes from the book, she frowns and says, "You need to do that proper for me to trust you. I don't understand what it is that I ask. If it is pain that you fear, I will assure you I can deliver much more."
Novark would just reach over and take the blade for Samson and then just go and cut across his hand, just say, "I got no reason to hide anything," and she'll be able to tell, obviously.
You see her expression not change, very stern. Like, I had my suspicions. I could smell it in the air, but I'm still alive. I'll give you a chance to explain yourselves.
We took out a wolf's den, and
Is she bluffing that she could smell it?
She seems pretty damn serious. She doesn't show any like tics or anything that would be like I'm lying. She's pretty stern about it.
Okay, so it didn't seem like she took
Nora-
oh, I'm gonna play that I know everything.
yeah, Nova just goes, "We took out the wolf's den in the north. Sadly, got cursed in the process."
That's the best of us, and you haven't seen being treated yet. Unfortunate.
Simpson will pull out Simpson will point to the shield with the holy symbol of Saloon on it. I know how to deal with this. I'm dealing with it. After all, surely you know of my order. Says we're not particularly public, but it's known that we...
She's familiar with Saloon. She's not familiar with your order, but she's familiar with your god's aspect.
Yes. After all, it's known as the Kiss of Saloon.
Do not call it that. She spits on the floor. I've been kissed by Saloon before, and she runs a hand over her electric prosthetic, still kind of maintaining a very cold version of rage. While not completely trusting you, but, you know, you haven't openly attacked her, she maintains a grip on her blade as she looked on to the rest of the party and says, "Anybody else holding any secrets while we're at it?"
Well, I don't want to surprise you later, but my steed is something out of this plane.
Your steel?
Steed, my horse.
Steed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Black magic. Is that it?
Yes. So that's the only thing.
Suppose I've seen worse. How bad can it be after
all?
How bad can it be?
Well, Jeb can't tell you how bad it can be.
No, I don't
Jeff
think it
finally
can.
wakes up.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, there are worse skeletons in our closets. Finally, she, you know, if you hand her the blade back, she will spit it in her hand and kind of handle first toward Nadia. Nadia, I would friendly remind you that you are protected from Ezmerelda's identification magic, which you do not sense upon you, by the very ring you wear.
Yes. And I was actually going to ask her,
You know what this is?
We're... Yeah, no. No, it's actually invisible on my hand.
It is. That's why I'm making the joke that you taking it off.
Yeah. No, I'm leaving it on, but I wanted to ask hers is like if we're being so forward with our secrets, then what secrets do you hold though as well? If it goes both ways.
Still holding the blade the dagger by the blade. She sort of like flicks it in the air, and you can see the little spray of blood coming. And as she's presenting her cut, she will catch the blade between two fingers. Bleed from a stigmata upon her palm. I hold none. I am who I am. Who I say. Avistana, looking for a mentor. Plenty capable of killing anybody who intends to stop me. But I am not heartless. As long as we're being honest with each other, and we are united in our cause, still kind of holding on to the tome of Strahd on her lap. United in our purpose. There's no reason why we should draw any more blood than necessary. Speaking of drawing blood, she passes the dagger to you.
And I would accept it.
Vampires draw blood just as normal as any other human. Weirdly enough.
Yeah.
It's covered in trash. Yeah.
And with it, while I take the dagger from her hand, I would let my ring be known, make it visible, and kind of I guess like I have it both hands. I would take the ring off. I would cut my palm a little bit, like on the towards the thumb, like that meaty area.
Right.
And then I would say, and I am who I am. I am Nadia Blitzen of Storm Priestess of the Sword Coast, but fledgling to Lord Brador. And bleed.
You make
But
friends in strange places. A lot of you. A strange crowd you are. Is there anything final you want to say in an attempt of for me to give you a persuasion roll to be like, we are not on Strahd's side, essentially? Even a fledgling of Brador, maybe.
Yeah. I would say. Man, I'm trying to think of just something off the top of my head. When you were giving Jeb his card reading, you have spoke of those that he wanted to, blend in with his prey and everything, but I resisted for as long as I could. He wanted to use me and turn me into one of his play games and weapons, but I would actually want to see if she would know Minadora at all.
She's not familiar with the name Minadora, but you did mention Brador, and she mentioned it even before you mentioned it. She's very familiar with who Brador the Bloody and Alcio are, and all those who tortured and captured you and kept you in Darkon for so many years. She's familiar with those. She's not familiar with Minadora specifically. She doesn't know every single spawnling, right?
Right. I didn't know if
and didn't meet her on the road. Doesn't seem so. In the time that she's been.
Yeah.
As she's like clearly looking down at or looking for a reason to attack or not attack Nadia.
She's just very, very super cautious on edge.
Yeah. Like you know, guard up.
Right.
He would just say, "I've traveled with Nadia for several days now, and it was a shock to learn that she is a vampire, but she has risked her life several times to save mine. Her blood may not run like yours or mine, but I trust where her heart is. As you can see, I need everyone around me to protect me from the beasts of this place."
You do not seem charmed. I do not detect a charm upon you, she says, and it pretty much makes it clear that while she is not as keen to trust your fellow half-undead monstrosities, whatever you might make of it, partially because you entrusted her with the Tome of Strahd, and she did go through it with some interest, in disbelief that you had it on you in this entire time. She is gonna be quite cautious going forward, but not hostile.
I was gonna say if it was possible, if Irina, like how Jeb had said, if she was to talk, because there's been times where I've been alone with Irina.
Let's look outside. If we really suppose.
From where you're on the fourth floor, Samson, if you are so paranoid, you can see Kristoff and Irina.
Yeah.
They are seated back to back by the shore. Their swords, the sheaths and their swords are kind of lying on the ground and crisscross. They're laying on each other for support, and in each of their hands is a book.
Aww.
I'll say to Samson, he's only thing was being lucky and skillful. That's
yes. Yet, how many people in this land have we met that have been not had some dark secret?
The Vistana lifts up a hand with 5 fingers. Suppose we all have our share of dark secrets. Though I'll be honest with you, the man outside seems to be like any other Valakian Giorgio that I've met.
Yes. Well then.
Shouldn't besmirch merchants, Samson. You're just being overly paranoid.
It's the music.
Yeah.
The music, I forgot.
Yeah, where?
I'm just a little bit more cautious right now after having a wagon explode on us.
I understand, and then he would just look over at Novark. Though, I don't. If you heeded my warnings, I think we could have spared ourselves that experience.
To be fair, like
Hey, you didn't stop me.
we just stopped a dragon.
Yeah.
To be fair,
Well,
I assumed my warning was enough. I didn't
I-
think you would actually. And then he just lets it go.
do not blame them.
Oh.
The cursed, it makes beasts out of man. It perhaps hinders their ability to read. And elevates their curiosity. After all, it turns out they were just the kind of creature I was hunting, so to some degree the trap worked. Just a shame that it didn't work on any of Strahd's underlings.
Though I do understand setting a trap and such. Do you really need to set it to a point where it actually destroys your entire home?
So, as you mentioned before, everything worth stealing in the caravan was on her person, in her saddlebags, on the horse. Within
Yeah, no, but wasn't it technically her home?
I mean, she left her
From the way
chicken
she's-
to die.
From the way you are correct, Norwood, but from the way you speak, you can tell that she's fucking loaded from being a monster hunter. That this is the kind of like dispensable goods that can be blown up for the greater good of catching a few werewolf packmen. From the way she dresses, from her like gilded prosthetic, from her pristine weapons, you can tell she comes from money. So one Vardo is like nothing.
Yeah.
All the more reason why Jeb was willing to bleed.
Well, then.
At some point, Jeb, you can wake up from your.
No, he's been awake. He
Okay,
said
cool.
something.
I've been
Yeah.
sleep talking this entire time.
Well,
Look, in the
you
end,
rest.
I know I've got.
I'm gonna prepare the things for travel. I'm going down.
Yeah, look, I know I'm cursed, but I've already said to them, if I turn, kill me.
Yeah.
I'll
They already
remember
know
that, she says. The Vistan says this like without a hint of humor.
Jeb just whispers to her, It's far easier said than done. I've seen him survive things that no one should.
You underestimate how good I am at this.
You underestimate how difficult to kill that one is.
You underestimate my ability to repeat myself.
Nice.
What's
And
she gonna
I
do, bounce
underestimate
back
my
to 1
ability to
HP?
keep up.
Like, oh!
It's impressive for Jeb, who dealing 1 point of damage is like 10 times the damage he suffered in his entire life.
That's such a fucking werewolf trait, though, to like die, but then like bounce back to 1 HP. Like, I'm not dying.
Not a werewolf trait, it's a half-orc trait.
I know, I'm just saying, like, a half-orc werewolf, very fitting for you to like take a silver bullet and be like,
Yeah.
I ain't done with you yet, kind of thing.
That stack.
I'm coming,
Does he drop it to
motherfucker.
1 twice?
Fucking Warwick music. What?
Is that stack? Does he drop to 1 twice?
No,
It's
it's
once per long rest?
yeah.
Makes sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure long. I'll double check. I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
it's long rest.
But like, is it on top of his half orc trait? Is what I'm saying.
No, werewolf don't have that. Only.
Oh, so sorry.
I'm
I thought you
saying
said
very
werewolf did
fitting for
have
him
it.
to be a werewolf because that's a complementary orc trait. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, I see. I misunderstood.
No, it's not. A wolf. Werewolf trait is like resistance to or immunity to damage, etc. But that's about it when it comes to.
I don't know if it was
Well.
a homebrewed thing.
No, I believe I have either a handout or something along the lines of. I asked you guys to put your werewolf stuff on your sheets directly because that's more convenient than
Yep.
anything. But yeah, I do have a handout for players as werewolves, if we ever forget the rules. That being said, if you are done in the fourth floor, Ezmerelda is done resting. She will hand you back the Tome of Strahd to you, Jeb. I mean, she has no reason to like suspect Ea, but you were the first contact after all. And you may do with the tome as you wish from here on end. Do you wish to like see Christopher and Rena before you leave, or are you gonna leave them alone? What's going on? What are we doing?
I'm with them at the moment, but I'm not interacting with them. I'm just looking
Oh,
at them.
you're downstairs with Irina and Christoph?
Yes.
So as I mentioned before, Irina and Christoph are found resting by the island lake's shore, seated back to back. Their sword sheaths lay crisscross on their side. Both are enjoying each other's company in peaceful silence while each holds a book before them. If you're hanging out with them, you would see that Irina lists through what looks to be a medical journal penned by Dr. Van Richten. Seems to, by the diagrams, detail various techniques and operation procedures, much less barbaric than that of the abbot. It seems to be like focusing on how to treat wounds in the field, but you can't really tell because the words are too small from here. But there are diagrams. While Christoph spins a wooden stake between his fingers of one hand while holding his book in the other, and seems immersed in a leather-covered book sporting a title upon its spine, something along the lines of Van Richten's Guide to Ghouls, Vampires, and Other Undead.
Okay. I whisper to myself, Samson cannot see this, okay? And that's it. I don't interact with them.
They don't interact with you if you don't, do more than whispering. What do the rest of you do?
I just bring up the book to Novark and say, the penmanship in this is impeccable. Just look at this. It's, and you've had this on you the entire time, and the story is, how much of this have you read?
About, what, 3 chapters? I think 3?
Yes. Something to that effect, I think.
What a 5
Yeah.
stars.
4.
And
I think
this is-
got 4 spells from it.
Yeah,
And
I can use
this is-
some abilities I wasn't able to use before because of that book.
And this is an insight to Strahd's mind, and you've only read 4 chapters.
We've
And
been
then he just looks over. I do see that.
It takes time. It's several
Yeah,
hours of time. If you
I
try
see
and
the penmanship
read-
is. The penmanship is
Eh,
impeccable,
You
but
don't
it's
read the book. You join and enter the book. It brings you to the past. Shows you a memory. You live through that memory. We were at
Is that-
the fall of Augenfostholt. We're also at the fall of a castle. I don't remember the name of that castle. I'm assuming that was Ravenloft. And Strahd took it and captured it. We're at his coronation.
And is that why
And we saw
you,
him.
or when I
Yes.
came to you, you seemed as if you'd just been attacked? So you were attacked in the
Yes.
past?
Yeah.
In the memories. Yes.
That's disconcerting.
That's my line.
That's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
Well,
Simpson will float the dart that he took from Rahadan out. Took this from the memory. There's something more about it than just memories.
I can see that.
And I'll put the dart away.
Speaking of which, actually, things we brought back from the past, Novar takes out the top of that walking cane and hands it to Jeb. If you want to get yourself a sword cane made, here's a help.
And we also do know of a teleportation circle.
And yeah, if I remember correctly, the cane top is actually very decorated. If I remember correctly.
Yeah,
Right.
it was fancy, if I remember.
Yeah, it was fancy. It fits you well.
Is the sword cane a rapier?
No,
Or
it's
like
not.
a-
It's just the top of it, but it's not got the blade on it. But if you want, you can get it put and made into that.
It is.
Yeah.
It is nice to see there are objects of proper craftsmanship, at least, even if it starts off as words on a page.
Yeah.
I
So-
would like to spend more time with this tome. If none of you have any
Yeah.
concerns, I want to glean all the insights I can from this monster.
I think going into it would be beneficial. The problem being, it takes us time to do it. Do we have that time now? You're the one with
No,
the
we
time limit
don't.
on the plan.
How much time is it again? 4 hours?
It's 4 hours to decode one chapter. Yeah, it takes quite some time.
But I can read the already decoded chapters because I haven't read the book yet.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
Uh,
Well, I mean, like from RP, you read the first. We sat down and talked about. You read the first.
Okay, yeah,
two.
I didn't know if we were retconning any of that. Yeah.
No, I don't reckon anything in RP. We're just not gonna bother doing it.
Perfect.
especially because
Yeah,
it
yeah,
takes
yeah.
time.
Yes. So I just bring up like So I would have gone
Reading
in.
the chapters will
I
not take you
would've-
4 hours. Reading chapters will take you like as long as it takes you to read. Really, that's it.
So you see, Jeb's eyes glaze over as he jumps into the first chapter, and he comes back and he just.
Well, should we get moving back to Balakai, or whatever your plan is that I still don't fully understand? But
Well-
then again, I was never a schemer.
I do want to. So I think the party brought up that Isaac still would just attack us. I say that in order for this to work, we shall need to split our forces. Some of us will need to quote air quotes protect Irina from the brigands who'd attacked her in the wild. Then I will need someone to accompany me to meet with him. And if he does not attack the Burgermeister, I fear that violence might be the answer.
I can come with you if you want. I think I can assist you. Somehow.
who's
Yep.
taking.
What's actually stopping Isaac actually just tossing your ass in a fucking cell?
Because his sister is being protected by the rest of you, and we require his help to get her to Valakai safely. I do
Doesn't
not
seem like a
know.
reasonable man.
Yeah, this is Jeb's plan. Jeb is rarely, always sure, never in doubt, or rarely correct, never in doubt.
You're planning trouble by the sounds of it. I would warn that while I do appreciate any help you might give me in finding Van Richten, I prefer to keep a low profile. If you are sniffing about for trouble, I will not be sticking around until you're done with it.
We understand. Hopefully this will be a minor aside. There is a monster that, just like to tease the word out to her, there's a monster that needs being dealt with in
No,
Valakai.
I am very much familiar with who Isaac is. Among
Oh,
all
okay.
the Georgios in Valaki, he is my least favorite, but I don't intend to throw hands with such a man.
I understand. No, I understand. This is not your conflict.
She, as I mentioned before, prefers a more subtle route.
Ideally, their blade will not have to be drawn at the end of all this.
I have business now that I'm done with this tower for the time being. I have business at the Blue Water Inn. If you wish to pursue whatever it is you wish to pursue, you may find me there. And if you don't, well, such is fate.
Okay.
So that just ensures that we must finish our business post haste. I have many more questions for you. And then he looks over at Nadia, and for you as well. but
Perhaps
now
you
is not
should
the time.
live long enough to ask them. Not
And I would,
go around poking bears.
We've made a
Oh,
promise with someone.
we've already poked some werewolves, so it's a couple of beers.
You're right. Ezmerelda continues to check her saddlebags with care, going through the ritual of preparing for the road
After
ahead.
all, does a monster hunter really have a justification in saying not to poke dangerous things?
Hmm?
I'm somewhat taunting her with her
No, I'm sorry, I missed
judging
what
us
you
for
said. I'm sorry.
poking bears. Oh, does a monster hunter really have any say in saying not to poke dangerous things?
Yes, I don't get paid for it. For one. Unless you're willing
Jeb's
to
in
pay
love.
me for this, I will gladly get rid of such a man for money. He is
Loudly
in his
whispers,
own ways.
Samson, how much gold do you have?
He is in his own ways
Not
a beast, and
We're
one
perfectly
Giorgio will not be
fine
missed.
doing it.
Let's see how Yep's plans go first.
I think we'll be quite fine on our own with him. We've dealt with worse.
She takes a very brief moment to look Jeb up and down and be like, I'll be sure to put that on his grave. We'll be fine on our own. She just continues taunting you back. She can play this game too.
Yes. He might not be, but the rest of us are fairly.
A tribe is only as strong
Fairly
as its
terrible.
weakest stunner.
If I were to meet my end in these mist-forsaken lands, I request you return what remains of my remains to the family manor.
Oh, sure, sure. What's the address? How far the journey? How much to pay? Everything has a price with this woman.
And he would just say, possibly more gold than you can carry, and he would give her the address of his manor.
Here's the address of CO4 marked. Like,
and he's let me know if that's a deception check, because he doesn't fully believe his family would pay for his remains. He just says it because he's just assuming.
no, if I have no reason that you're lying, because I know Jeb's
Yeah.
personality, she barely known you would not have any reason to tell you if you're lying.
Yeah,
Trust me, I'll call you on your bullshit when it's time. Trust me. Yeah.
Okay. So
Shall-
your plan is to have a subset of people go into town?
my plan is to provoke Isaac into doing something stupid to Fergus, and hopefully we end it here.
Here in the tower?
Here in front of Fergus with Isaac. Hopefully his rage will be enough to force that monstrous thing attached to his wrist to do something that solves our problems.
Speaking of monstrous things attached to us, how tame is that thing? She half prods with the tip of her sheath Aya's right there.
Elena is pretty docile. She
Oh,
does
you
as
named
she
it!
raised.
Wonderful. Oh, no.
You don't have to worry about her. She will behave during the journey.
I mean, no offense, it is quite the ugly thing. I vaguely recognize traits of Wendigo, but it's hideous. I haven't seen anything like this ever since my visit to Kreshk. She'll get used to it eventually, but perhaps not in the immediate moment.
Yeah.
I'll
We dealt with one of them, or more than one of them, when we were in Kreshk.
You're-
And took a liking to it and decided to shape her steed to look like it.
Shaped. I will have to consult cards about this later. But
Well,
yeah.
Just be glad she didn't call it fluffy.
They are being too harsh with you. Don't listen to them.
Just
You're a
pets
pretty
it.
thing.
It emits the most
Yeah, I'm
disgusting
petting
of
her.
noises.
In Infernal, okay? I'm talking Infernal.
Right.
Yep. Yep.
Okay. So,
Samson would reply back in Infernal. Not that. We're not being too harsh. It's about right.
Where is the library?
Ezmerelda doesn't seem any more at ease with you speaking a language she doesn't seem to comprehend. That sounds quite wicked. Very eager to get on the road and onwards. She mounts up and begins to go on the road, not waiting for you. You'll follow eventually, I suppose.
So, Jeb is the mastermind of this plan. Where are we going and how are we going about it?
The rest of you will need to wait outside in the woods. I suggest you make yourself close by but hard to find and look as injured as possible. The story is that you were attacked by brigands, under the behest of Vergus.
Well, if you say like we were a victim from an explosion, it will be easy to sell. Just pointing out the look of the party.
Fair. Though Aya, your new armor looks undented.
True. Well, we could change that with his. I just need to change it.
Another half hour goes by.
Yeah. 20 minutes later.
Ezmerelda just fucked off down the road. Like,
Well,
Well-
she's going too far. Should we begin?
We'll just say we don't have the time. We've already wasted enough. We'll have to. We can have this be you being the least injured of the party, given your armor. Is the reason why you're accompanying me. I will not have to do much acting, given the pain that I have endured, gesturing both to his finger and his burnt dress. So, Aya, you'll accompany me to the Baron's. You shall be in the woods nearby. Do you have the ability to speak to my mind, Samson? Or are you unable to do that for today?
Samson,
I
are
did
you
not.
able to...
I did not prepare to do that. I still am set up. I still was ready to take on the abbot. I didn't feel we were going to need to talk to him at range.
Before we depart, Jeb, I don't know if you can inform me if you need something else for your plan, and I'm gonna cast a silent image, and I'm gonna make a Jeb .2 in front of you. The ground is gonna start like molding to your shape.
And you see before you a 5 foot high version of Jeb manifest. I believe silent image has a size limit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
15 foot.
15-foot cube.
Oh, 50 feet. Okay.
Oh, 15 foot.
Yes.
Cool.
I hope you don't think my nose looks like that, but that's a very convincing facsimile.
Does my hair look like this from the back? Really? Oh my god.
Well, I'll turn.
Well, look, if two are going to go in there alone, Milvar just kind of like reaches and he's like shirt, and then he just moves his hand out, and Jeb will see a wee totty mouse all in his hand. Just before you head in, I'm going to commune. I'm going to basically attach myself to the mouse, and he's going to go with you. And then that way, I can see and hear what's going on, and I can relay it to everyone else.
Yeah, please carry the mouse.
You'll be the one talking, so I think you'll be the better one to hold him.
Well, while you are deciding if you're gonna pick it, Elena is approaching the mouse. You decide.
Fine. And he just holds up his inner pocket.
Yes.
coat is
Wait.
torn anyways.
Like,
Before we
like just before you go in, I do need to like just touch him so I can go into the trance. But yeah,
Yes.
Well-
We'll find the space that you guys will hide out at, like 20 minutes from town or 10 minutes outside town, where you can all hide, like someplace that I would know, would point it out, and then we'll go in. So we know where you guys are.
Yeah,
But we'll say you guys are much further out.
the spell will last an hour, so after that, I won't be able to see.
It should not
Yeah.
It should hopefully not take that long. How far is the Vergus's house from the border of, like, from the gate?
Specifically, from memory, you'll be able to tell. I'll tell you distance.
From the west gate, I think it's a little bit of a ways.
I'll tell you. To the burgomisters, if you want taken to the main street, it is just over 3,214 feet, which would be, how much is 1 mile in feet?
5,250.
5,280.
So 2 miles, more or less.
Less than a little over 3,000, right?
3,000 and some, yeah.
Yeah, so 3,000 feet is like a little under.
A 5 to 10 minute walk.
Oh, okay, perfect. Good. This should work. So 10. Okay, so within 20 minutes, we should be at the door from where you'd have to activate the mouse.
I would, yeah. Jay could probably make it in less because you can technically move 90 feet.
Oh yeah, no, I could run there, but I'm injured. I'm gonna like play up the
Yes.
limping.
Well, let's go find our location. I'll set up the hut, my dome. It'll protect us, and it can be effectively our shelter where we're taking shelter.
Nowhere does look some. Remember, when I do this, I can't hear anything, I can't see anything, but I can still talk to you, so I'll relay what's going on.
Yep. And if I double tap you on the shoulder, abandon the mouse, get out. This means that there's a problem that we need to deal with here.
Good. That was good.
Okay. Anything else before you set out on the road?
I don't think so.
I don't
Okay.
think so.
I'm supposing you're not leaving Kristoff and Rena behind. You can
Oh,
fairly say you eventually catch their attention away from the books. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hiding in the, or at least Arena's hiding in the woods. Kristoff is going into town, to just do whatever he's doing in town.
So Arena's staying with the one half of the party, you were just saying. Yep.
Oh, yeah, with the party hiding in the woods,
Sure.
because she can't be seen like in town. At least as this plan is happening, anyways.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so the woods party is Samson, Novark, Connell, Irina, and Nadia? Or is Nadia gone with Jeb?
I request only one person come with me, so it's either Nadia or for the sake of urgency, unless anyone says otherwise.
I'm pretty curious on what's gonna happen, so yeah, I wanna witness.
Go for it.
Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make those drawings. Okay. So we have the Arena staying here in the tower, along with Samson. So Nadia staying. Novak is staying. Like so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
but
don't-
we're
I don't think
setting
we're
up,
staying at the
like,
tower.
10 minutes out of town.
Okay. So that'll be like. Sure. Okay.
So,
So
say,
not imminently
away.
near the manor, but relatively easy to get to. The plan is to convince Isaac that we've been attacked, and Arena is safe but injured after like the bullshit that's happened.
Sure thing. Can do. So, as you begin to near Valek's gate, you see, just before the bridge that crosses the Lunar River, is an old woman, with flowers in her hair, and she looks to be quite aged, with disheveled gray hair streaked with some black. She has wrinkles and really squinty eyes and a gnarled
have a
walking
mustache,
stick,
too.
as well as a ratty set of faded clothing and a faded cloak that she keeps tucked over her head. And she holds onto the gnarled cane with a set of gloved hands. She seems amid the act of applying powder to her face, sort of like bleachy yellow powder, to her brow, to her chin, and a little bit more red to her nose, perhaps. What do you do?
I just I wave to her and say, you there, old woman. Have you seen anything unusual pass by here in the past few hours?
Yes, I've seen 5 no-good doers just fucking about in some tower. He gives a smirk, and with a different voice, you hear Ezmerelda's voice. Took you long enough. You ready to go in or what?
He just like shakes it off and looking around to make sure there's no one about, he just passes his hand over his face to cover hers and then swipes it back to his own to show that like I can do that too, bitch. And then just smirks and walks towards the gate.
Very, very secure in your skills, are you? I told you I like things subtle. I ain't about to pull all the attention toward.
I understand, but sometimes all of the attention focused in the wrong place is more important than no attention at all.
That doesn't make any sense in my context, but alright.
I
This time, alright, welcome to Valaki, I don't know what to tell you. But I'm ready to go. I've been ready to go for the past 10 minutes. Little old me.
Yep.
Obvious.
I immediately put up the act. I put an arm over A's shoulder. I quickly limp along towards Vergus's manor.
Cool.
Obviously, before he left, that didn't make sense. Before he left us.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair to say that
Does
you
Beast
follow
Sense
your
have
own
a
plan.
max range?
What did you
What
say,
was that?
Santa? Sorry.
Does Beast Sense have a max range?
Don't-
Because I know
No,
like
don't-
familiars do, but I don't remember if Beast Sense does.
I think it's 1 kilometer
Correct.
or 1 mile or some shit. It's like insane.
Okay, so we're within range.
It doesn't actually
we're like on the
state-
max range, but we're
That's what
within
I'm
range.
saying. Whatever range you need, you follow your own plan. I just put you on a map somewhere so we have it. Okay.
It doesn't actually say a limit.
Oh, cool.
Whatever limit is required, it can be just outside, like within half a mile of the walls, it will be acceptable. Right. Ezmerelda follows suit, as the party who has entered town does so. She walks leaning on her cane, and you can see her whisper in a Davistan tongue to the horse, what you would guess are words to follow. As the horse obeys, you make it, those of you going down make it to the gates, and then past them. The streets of Valaki are alive with crowds rushing in to finish preparations for tonight's festival. You see laborers deliver planks of wood toward the staging area. toward the town center. So you see city folk hanging garlands and buntings between shop stalls and streets lights. You hear musicians tune their instruments and add to the cacophony if at all. You pass by St. Andrew's Orphanage, where a choir of small children sing hymns to the morning lawn, supervised by a squadron of guards. You watch as Ezmerelda, as an old woman, walks at a slow gait leaning on her cane, passing by a group of children. She passes out some candies, which they take with shy glee. And steadily, Ezmerelda will make her way toward the Blue Water Inn, where she intends to stable her horse. As for the rest of you, the church bell ringed the hour, just past noon. You have some time before the festivities begin, so what do you do? I'm still not sure about your plans, so what do you do?
The party, me and Aya are going to go straight to the Baron's house. And if he sees any guards along the way, he's going to grab one of them, by the throat, or not by like the collar, and just say, "Where is Isaac? I need to speak with him quickly." Looking as injured as I can, putting as much weight on Aya, trying to look as haggard.
Is over by town square supervising the festival assembly. You right there, son? Getting blood
out of my way, and I
okay.
Yeah, out of my way. I push him away, and quick to the town square, and I just hobble over, clearly. And then when he's behind a crowd of people, he's gonna do the same thing with another guard. Try to if they do run to him, try to do with any guards along the way.
Right.
Yeah, exactly.
Eventually, you the guards begin to kind of aid you when you walk. One of them kind of putting your hand over the shoulder as Aya helps you and stuff. And you limp your way toward the town square, where you can find, among an entourage of guards, Isaac, supervising laborers in the town square, making final preparations for the midnight festival. Valaki Square.
And then he would just shout at the top of his lungs. That's a lot of people. Isaac, we need to talk now.
Where is it? Back so soon. You look fucked up, says Isaac.
He looks around.
Where's Reyna?
And then he would just look him square in the eye. We need to talk. And then he would just dart his eyes around the crowd. Now, someplace quiet.
Right. He dismisses the guard that's with you, just kind of nodding him off, and leaves somebody else in charge of this person as you take to a dark alleyway. What happened? Well, speak.
He just cough up. I don't know what you're doing here, but on our way back from Crest, we were attacked in the woods. They had flasks of something, and we barely survived. There was an explosion. Arena is fine, a bit worse for the wear, but they came from this end. They came from town. I don't know how many more of those notes we found there are, but clearly it's getting the attention of more than just the gutter cut purses that we saw, obviously looking at Arena.
Rule persuasion with advantage. You see a look of worry wash across Isaac's face. He maintains a measure of composure, as a guard captain should, but nonetheless, there seems to be... Oh my god, natural 20. No, he begins to kind of breathe more rapidly. Where? Is she alive? Is she alright?
She's alive. She's being tended to by the rest of it. She can't be moved right now. The explosion... Luckily, she was outside of the range of... Okay. And then he just gestures to his, burnt body.
God. You can see him imagining how bad of a way she is at a time like this. I'll arrange for our search party. You will lead me with... Have you seen their faces? He asks. He tries to get any information out of you about the culprits who did this. After all, he's quite concerned that such a drastic act has occurred in otherwise peaceful Valakai.
He would. Let me know what role this is. He is going to, describe a bunch of the He'll say there were a handful of people, a couple of which has been we've dispatched a handful, but a couple of them got away. He's trying to pepper in a couple key details that look like Victor, but not outright describe Victor, but something that could be Victor, possibly a bunch of other people. A couple of vague details: hair color, hair length, shape of nose, but not describing Victor directly.
Okay, noted. For the sake of expediency, what's gonna happen is, without natural fucking 20, Isaac, an entourage of how many do you describe there are being brigands? He's gonna grab a matching number of brigands.
Yep.
As a search party.
So there's about 4. I said about 3 to 4. One of which got away.
Okay, so he's gonna grab just as many guards with him. Doesn't require much of their help per se, just more like body shields, and he'll just take care of the rest because he's a big tough dude. But he's gonna leave somebody else in charge of supervision because that's a petty task compared to this, and he's gonna kindly ask that you lead him out the gates toward where Arena is at. Although while threatening, his usual Isaac stuff that if I find and she's truly harmed, you're dead. But that's just how the way Isaac is. Keeping you alive while he has use for you. So, that's what you want out of this plan, right? For him to follow you?
Yep.
Okay.
So,
with that in mind, so Ezmerelda made her way toward the inn, disappearing from view. Christoph made his way back toward his shop to finish up his business and preparation for the Festival of the Rain. You, Aya, and Isaac make your way wherever it is you lead him, really. He's following your stead.
I described the place that we were attacked a good 500 feet beyond where the party's actually hidden.
But do you lead him yourself?
I give him I just say, can you trust your men? We are worried we can't move her. Can you trust them to carry her gently?
Sure. I mean, he doesn't give a damn about his men. They're just there in case he needs them. He pretty much is sure that he can carry her himself.
Yeah, that's what he's saying. He's essentially
yeah.
Also, can you trust your men? He doesn't know who to trust. He's trying to sow seeds of paranoia. He doesn't
okay.
He doesn't
So
know
that's
who
gonna
to
be
trust.
another rule then. Roll me deception. Spicy. You are sowing really good seeds here.
13, not the best. But he's just can you trust your men? I don't know. We'd never see them coming, and the woods exploded into shrapnel and fire.
Not a very wise person. You're sowing really good seeds here. I see what you're saying. He dismisses his men to continue to supervise everything else. But at this point, his patience is wearing thin, and you begin to see him kind of clench his fist, and you begin to see that the cursed arms of his begin to smolder up and crack at the seams below. And he's like, "We've wasted enough time."
Of course. He's going to lead the party, and then lead Aya and him towards a direction. As he's doing so, he's going to stumble down, just theatrically, because he's so injured, and then tap the mouse that when we're on our way.
Right.
Novar can hear all this, everything. He can hear it. So he's relaying everything to everyone.
And then he would just make conversation has anything been amiss? Has it been amiss in town? Have you seen any more suspicious figures? Anyone?
No, he doesn't have time for petty talk about the town. He just kind of shakes his head. I mean, he would have briefly mentioned if anything happened from the way he speaks. You can tell that he has little patience for such petty talk.
No, of course. He's moving as fast as he seemingly can. He's just bringing this up, clearly also desperate and scared for Arena.
Right. Yeah, he's
and
like a hound sniffing out its target. He's gonna be steadfast in his trail to wherever it is you're leading him toward Irina.
He's-
Obsessed.
Yep, he's going to
steadfast.
point out like the footsteps that that Ezmerelda was standing at as the old woman, and he just looks at the. No, those are too small. Trying to, like, oh, that's where they ran it. No, those shoes are too small. Trying to see, like, pretend like he's out also, like, with the investigation, see if he can figure out the trail of the people who ran back. But he's still going towards. Yes, it's this way. It's just past these.
Be
these
quick
shoes look
about it.
familiar. Oh,
He begins like
I'm
running
hurrying,
at
I'm
this
hur-
point. Yeah.
Yep.
What is your plan here, Jeb? Jesus. All right.
I wanted to take him to Vergus, but if he's just alone in the woods, I would just whisper to the mouse, my plan's gone off the rails. Isaac's on his way. Be
You're
ready."
leading him. What do you mean off the rails?
Oh, sorry. I thought he ran ahead.
No, he's following you this entire time. He doesn't know
I
where
misunderstood. I thought he ran ahead. Yeah, never mind. So.
Yeah, don't know. I just realized I fucked this up.
Yeah. So he would just.
I can potentially drop an illusion in his mind, like I did with the Rahadan. I don't know what to show him though.
Because we got a fight coming. Then Novak just stays that, well, obviously he can't hear something.
Yeah. So he just lead him to the party, and then. When he's well within the outside of earshot, and he just said, "Samson, Novark, are you still there? Is Irina safe?" Like as loud as he can, clearly when he's outside of earshot to give the party as much time as possible. Also realizing that he's fucked this up and he needs the party to fill in the rest.
What was your plan? I don't understand.
It's gone off the rails.
Okay.
We got him alone. I wanted to turn him. We didn't go to Vergus's house. So now we have him alone, so we're just choosing violence, I guess.
Okay.
I can do something to rescue it, but it goes against my oath so badly.
Don't go against your oath. Jeb had a stupid plan, clearly, that didn't survive the enemy, so we have him alone in the woods, and we have to take him out of...
So as Novark has said that the plan is gone wrong, Samson would ask Nadia and Irina to drop an illusion on him, potentially convince him of something. I don't know what would help us though. The best I can come up with is one of his guards, if he has any with him, attacking Irina. That might be enough to distract him, but it still doesn't do much. Ideas?
Yeah, I'm only able to conjure just such minor things, nothing of
I
large scale.
I can drop it in his mind, no one else's. I would have Dome cast at this point.
Sure. Yeah.
Which also is visible because it's a solid color. It is solid earth gray or earthen color.
Right.
It's very
If
obvious.
He's leading. He's being as loud as he can. He's like, they're over. He just keeps shouting at. Does the party respond to him? As he's saying, like, Samson, Irina, Novark, are you there? Is Irina still safe?
Party's within earshot. Does the party respond?
Novak still can't hear them, but obviously he's hearing them shouting through the mouse.
He's just hearing him shout at the top of his lungs into the poor mouse's
All
ears.
the while you can
will
hear like
double tap.
Isaac's like heavy breaths as you
I will double tap Novark's shoulder.
Right. Isaac has his like
Indicating-
axe out with one hand, the
drop
other
the-
hand behind him, just flaming up. Yeah.
Well,
those of you
I
hiding out
suppose
in the
we
forest
gotta
can see
call
a
out.
faraway glow in the distance on the road, kind of thing, approaching closer.
And Novak would drop the beast sense and just gone, yeah, he has really cocked us up. So, are we fighting him? What the hell are we doing?
My plan was to confront Vergus, but he's going to injured Arena, which I did not fully expect.
I thought
It
you
makes
wanted.
sense. It makes sense. I expected to confront Vergus
Yeah.
with Isaac in tow,
Like,
but
I
we are
absolutely
going
saw
right
what
to
you were
Arena.
doing with the whole "it might have been the sun," but like, Irina's hurt.
Yeah.
Vergus can wait.
No, I get that. I get that. Like that's what I didn't plan for. I totally understand why he's doing what he's doing. I didn't expect him to do this. I expected for him to go for the root cause, not like the proximal. It makes sense. Anyways, like this is
Yeah.
why my plan fell apart.
Okay, I can rescue. Do something without going against the odds really badly, and I think we don't have to kill it. You say we continue, or I do this
We're here.
weird shit.
You do what you're doing. Jeb has like a plan E at this point.
Sure.
He's essentially just like
I totally had a plan A
Samson
to D.
here. Yeah, but Samson hearing Jeb call out and not getting anything else from people in the dome would call out. Here.
Oh, thank God!
I would-
I thought they came back with the flasks.
Irina!
Is Arena still hurt?
I'll actually turn to Samson real quick in a hushed, kind of muffled sound. So before he charges over, perhaps the best way is just to tell him just face to face of what we found against Victor and everything else, and try to gain his trust on our side.
He,
Full open with him.
After Jeb, you can try.
I mean, you can't do any worse.
I mean, I'll keep this up. At least it gives us a spot that we can hide in.
He would give Isaac like the directions to where they go, and he's still like leading the way.
At this point,
Up there.
Isaac. At this point, they can see the dome. The dome is not.
Okay.
It's not particularly camouflaged. It is a solid earth.
I understand,
color
but you're in the
dome.
thick woods, just off the road. Are you trying
Okay.
to hide or not? Do you maneuver
I'm
far enough
not trying to
hide
make
or
it.
not?
Just
asking. Are you making yourself obvious or not? That's it.
Yeah, I think we're making it obvious.
All right. At that point, Isaac about 10 feet behind Jeb as he spots the dome over yonder. Was that there? Of them?
Yes, we did our best to protect Arena as best we could.
Okay.
We're worse for the wear.
You did good. Shove off. And kind of takes his hand and knocks you aside as he begins to kind of like walk briskly toward the dome, making it about this close. You can discuss your actions as you begin to see Isaac approaching. He has an axe in one hand,
Yeah,
his
yeah.
hand is ablaze in the other, and he's just
Can't
watching
get through
you.
the dome, and I can't let them through the dome without dropping it.
Jeb is going to hide behind the tree and become just generic town guard.
Okay.
Nadia, if you want to do you want to try and talk to him. Now's your
Vibe.
chance. No, Mark. You should be you should have a clear sight. He can't see you from within here. The dome's opaque.
And then he's just gonna whisper to Aya, I'm. And he just like taps her on the shoulder, points at himself, who looks like a town guard, and points at the hiding spot behind the tree where he is. And then he just points at the party.
okay.
Isaac makes
That's
his
it.
way even closer.
If you want to take this chance, you got a chance. We're ready to back you up if it goes bad.
Does he look behind him?
Ah.
Go for it, Nadia. Do
Uh,
that.
no, he's focused toward the dome that you showed him, saying that that's where Ian is at. If you're gonna just wait for him to approach, he's gonna make it within a melee range of the dome
Yeah.
and reach out.
Well,
I'm gonna.
I was just gonna say, I want to confirm that did we ever tell him about the diary that we found from Victor? Because A is saying that we did, but I don't think we ever did.
I think I recall that we told him like they weren't planning to to marry Irina to Victor, and that Victor tortured the last person. And he said like, I won't allow it or something like that. But
You're misrecalling.
misrecalling. Okay.
You told him about the arranged marriage, which he was aware of, but you never told him anything about.
What?
The tortures. Okay.
Yeah. I mean,
My
Okay.
bad.
we have.
Because
Making his way through the brush, you
Yeah,
can see him
go.
kind of axe away branches in his
for it.
way. He's gonna make it within about middle range of the dome and reach out a hand toward it. If you're gonna step out of the dome, it being opaque, your body suddenly steps out. You seem like very suddenly lift up his axe, ready to slash, and then stop as he, in the last moment, recognizes you. But the axe continues the momentum and just lands about 2 inches above your head and just into the trunk of the tree. What the hell?
And she looks like shit as well.
yeah, I look like shit. I got down twice.
Where is she?
He'll hear Samson's voice from the side. I've got a barrier up right now that's keeping us safe. Fortunately, I can't let people in without dropping it.
Just from Jeb's
Irina,
voice,
leave your...
yeah, as this is happening and he sees this, from Jeb's voice, from where he is, he just says, "Are you sure it's safe?"
Oh, now he turns around.
Yeah, and obviously he sees the guard, and then
Are
Jeb's
you
gonna
taking
feign
the
a look
face
of
of any
panic and
guard
run
you
off.
just saw in town?
Yeah, just a random guard.
Doesn't he have 4 with him?
No, he
Nope.
he called
Oh.
those cards back, but he just turned toward that one. He's like, Rodaya, I thought I told you guys to stay behind.
Sprints off into the woods.
What? What the fuck is going on?
No one knows what's
Are
happening.
you sure it's safe? Fucking goes away.
Are
He
you
just
sure
runs
it's
away.
safe? Sees a guard. He sees a guard, and then you see the guard panic, sprint off into the woods. And then Will and
Not
Doug
sure
make
how
a
many
stealth check
times-
to like hide, and then become Jeb again.
Not sure how much he spent in these woods, but they can play mind tricks on you.
All right. What the fuck?
My plan's gone off the rails. This is just trying to make Isaac as off kilter as I can at this
He's
point.
super off kilter, super confused. Slowly turns puzzles, turns toward the dome's like, "You gotta take this thing down or what? Or do I have to knock it down myself?" If he's gonna like
Until we
smash
know-
his fist against the dome, is it like a wall of force for him?
No.
A
Go ahead.
movable dome of force spring into
Okay.
existence around you and above.
So you just hear a magical boom as he just knocks a fist against it.
Until we know the coast is clear from whatever direction, it's not a good idea to drop this, cause they could be laying in wait for us to drop this.
I'll clear this coast and this forest, if that's what it takes. I'm not gonna repeat myself. He just begins scraping with his nails against the dome. Where is Irina?
Irina is safe inside. We're all bloodied, as you can see, and I'm like clutching like my rib cage and dried blood around me.
I know I can trust you all. Can protect her.
It's not that you couldn't,
Amen.
that we were able to, but we've taken a beating ourselves. However, you have a bigger problem within your city.
Listening.
So, hopefully you've met one of our members of our cohort. It took you long enough to get here, but someone within inside of your city, and we believe that it's ties to the Burgomaster Vargas. There seems to be something a little bit deeper that he's not making you aware of.
You begin to see the seeds of doubt sprout ever so slowly.
I put my hands up as if I'm showing him my palms, trying to be gesturing like I'm
doubt against you, the seeds of doubt that Jeb has been planting since that time. As things in his head begin to click together, all the evidence left behind by Jeb kind of begin to click together in his head. He begins assembling this conspiracy.
So, Here, there is proof of this, and I'll kind of poke my head around the corner. Samson, give me the book, the diary, referring to Victor's diary.
I will toss that out.
Hand just gets momentarily out of the opaque dome.
Yeah.
Are you in any sort of way gagging Irina at this point?
No, Irina is not being gagged at all.
Irina,
Irina's sitting
leaning
there.
into your plan, is going to start like breathing as if she's hurt. Just kind of adding layers on top of this.
The
this
book
panel.
will
Mhm.
float until it's about half out of the dome. But you importantly do not see Samson's hand. I don't actually know if I can duck out slightly
Fair
out
enough,
of the dome
that's
and have
fine.
it not break or
yeah.
not.
Unless you grab it first, he's going to go ahead and reach with it with his clawed hand.
No, I would grab it.
Oh,
I would grab it.
Fucking contest me, scrub.
Fucking contest me, scrub. Well, I mean, whatever you want to do, but like, I asked for it, so I would want to take it.
We have evidence
hold it.
that your father figure is threatening to kill your actual sister. Here it is. Yeah, he's gonna go grab it, and he's gonna roll 21 to grab it. Contest me if you want.
Yoink.
Is that a dex? Okay.
That's a dex, yeah.
Oh, it's just a okay saving throw, or
It's a skill check. So
or can I roll? Okay.
you can do like a sleight of hand if it's better than your dexterity. If you have a bonus on it, go ahead.
Yeah, let me do sleight of hand.
Yeah, whatever dexterity you see him.
Okay.
Okay. He snatches it, and your hands go toward it, and just because between you guys, he's unable to open it the way he holds it right now. And he's like, "What's this?"
Okay. I with my palms up,
Let him
and I go to try to get a little bit closer and everything to him, like,
Yeah.
and I point to it. In that book are detailed writings about work that was being done inside your very own home, in the Burgomaster's home, and it is tied to Victor. I knew from the beginning that there was something up with him, and I'm gonna kind of like maybe like, and I'm assuming you know how to read.
Yeah, Jeb's just gonna limp back. Read the book. It's your master's son. This is the fate that would befall Irina.
Do you let go?
And he would
and
just,
let
like-
him open it?
If he goes to open it, I mean, yeah, I would point. I would want to get closer and try to like maybe tap on the pages to show him where.
Sure.
What was the Lady Voctor's wife's or not daughter's name?
Stella.
Stella. Okay. You and I would reaffirm, like, you know Stella, but you haven't seen her in how long? She has been locked. I shouldn't say she's been kept inside of her house because of these wrongdoings. It's all there in the book, and I tap on it firmly.
It's an absolute
This was to
truth
be
within
Irina's
pages, yeah.
fate. This was to be her fate. But it was by your master and his son
The
that they would bring ill will to
brute
her.
takes his time to read it, listen to your words, and then he has a question upon his lips. But why? Victor is a twisted boy, misled. I never truly liked him like a brother.
Well,
Burgess wanted a unity between the houses. Why would he allow this?
Do you think he could
Why?
stop Victor?
who's to say there wasn't some kind of higher power involved? Perhaps Lord Strahd has finally been able to crack Vargas, your Burgomaster Vargas's,
So,
iron will.
I'm following your thread here. Sort of like what was mentioned before with Jab, which is indeed a very good point. That Vargas is a man of extremes. How did you put it, Jeb? He was
Mercurial.
mercurial, very much so. And Isaac knows this. He knows his father figure very well. He's seen his madness and the way he treats people, and even the way he lashes out and those misobey him. And he's very much influenced by outside factors. He considers his words, but he still cannot grasp at why would the Burgomaster send brigands to attack you all with alchemist's fire, but then deny his son the opportunity to do what he did to Stella, what is the Burgermeister's final goal with all this? Why all this? That's the only thing that doesn't make sense in his head. That's kind of.
Oh yeah.
toppling.
And then this is Jeb's like full-time bluff mode to see if all of the seeds will push him over the edge. And he just asks, does Vergus seem well? Does he make wise choices? I've met the man a handful of times, but his grasp on the town is weakening. I fear everything we see is a front. There is madness behind those eyes. I worry that he's already gone. You've seen the weekly festivals, how he lashes out. He is an inch from madness. Do you believe him capable of this? Or does he not seem capable of this? The fact that his motivations are inscrutable just proves how much danger Irina is. As Jeb just comes closer and closer, like looking over his shoulder at the book, like pointing at, with one hand he's pointing at look at the cruel words the son is saying, and even
a product of the father, he says.
Yeah.
I'll
This is what the
like
son is.
after.
Jeb and Nadia together roll me persuasion checks. I'll take the higher of the two.
I'm still confused.
He whispers under his breath.
Fuck.
I was loyal to my master. He brought me into his home. I owe my life to him, but he isn't family. Fear is a powerful weapon. One must use it to get what they want. But this has gone too far. I said it before, I would do anything, kill anything to find my sister. I stand by that. I want to look at her.
You just
Show her to me. The wall outside is still
like, Nova just kind of like Samson's just like hangs him hard up. Nova would like basically cut his hand and he just kind of looks at Irina and goes sorry, but just kind of wipes the blood down like the side of her face and the neck, and obviously Samson's healed the wound. The side of her face and then the neck, but Samson healed the wound, so the wound's gone, but the blood is there, just to show she had an injury.
You want me to drop it?
I would
Okay.
also want to say that it is possible to Isaac, that the Lord of the Land, he is the one who can twist the knife on people. Perhaps Vargas is just, perhaps not charmed, but it's a facade he's putting on or something. The Lord of the Land is the one who calls the true shots.
Yeah. Samson
Oh,
would
and I
look
will
to-
also reinforce the fact that there's a portal in their home.
Yeah, Samson would look to Irina and basically give a "Are you ready?" look. And the moment Irina gives a nod, I will drop Dome.
Jeb immediately
I think I
vomits.
can dismiss Dome at will.
The-
Otherwise, I will step out of Dome.
Isaac's hand remains there in the air until the dome drops. When it drops to his side, he finishes listening to what Nadia has to say there. Considering all of that, which just adds to the weight of it all, he seems to be on the very edge of emotion as he turns to Irina and says, "Sister, sorry I wasn't there. Promise you, from this moment on, I will not leave your side. You will be safe. I will ensure of it. Father, what should I do?" I'm gonna take a 20 persuasion again from you, Jeb. You're fucking persuading like a maniac. It seems that Isaac is choosing Irina over family. Family is forever, and he has dreamed of reuniting with Irina since he was a youth. And now that she was on the edge of death, on the edge of losing her again, he seems like he's willing to abandon everything he thought he should stand for. punch those who would threaten to kill Irina. The evidence in the journal he keeps on his person. And then he says, Fergus will pay for what he did. If your words are true, there's plenty of evidence here, but I want to hear it from the man himself. You'll join me tonight in the festival. For the time being, we act as if none of this is known to you. I want the truth from the man himself.
Of course. And he just says, in the meantime, I think you'll agree, Irina must be kept safe in Vallaki. We do not know who to trust. We do not know who we can and can't trust, save but one soul. Lady Wachter. She has helped us with these things, and one of the only reasons Irina is with us, save Samson's healing abilities, was without her support, we wouldn't have been able to get as far as we have.
To which Irina nods all the while, confirming your words as you talk, speaking of how she provided a home and shelter when you guys first arrived in Vallaki, and just kind of reinforcing all you say, just so she can be part of this as well, which only solidifies your point further. I don't see a point in making you roll any further. You rolled a 20 and a natural 20 with Nadia's help there, and you're all doing wonderfully. For the sake of expediency, I'm going to say that you've convinced him enough that there is a conspiracy play, but he wants to hear it from the man himself tonight at the festival. Yeah. So he's going to confront him tonight, and he will have you be there. Almost like a half threat of like, you better pray this is all correct, because if you're accusing him for nothing, and this is all like something is fucky, pretty much. If this is all like,
yeah, of course, yeah,
somebody else
it
is doing
makes
and you're
perfect
wrong,
yeah.
He wants you to be there so he can like clear off your head off your shoulders himself. He only knows violence, and he has to direct it somewhere. If it's not toward his father figure, it's gonna be towards you. We'll see how this plays out. Essentially, as we move forward. Do you wish to say
it makes sense, and then he would just say, I have but one more request, Isaac, if you'll permit me. All of us have been gravely injured from protecting Irina. It is dangerous to move her as is. Could you help carry her to Lady Wachter's home? I fear that if any else of us try, we might drop her and cause further injury. Twisting the knife that she gets to hold like the bloody.
Yeah,
and then bring her to
I absolutely see what
Wachter's
you're doing here. Yeah, no, absolutely. You're pretty much at this point. He's a puppet under your strings, for sure. My question is, this is like Isaac's question. He saw the guard run away. Are you kind of reinforcing anything regarding that? Like, he's going to ask, what was that about? I sent whatever we called him, Renjami or whatever I called him.
Yeah.
She sent him out back in the city. What is he doing here? What is he doing taunting me? What is with his force? Is he real? Is this more like phantoms that you've got witness?
He would just say, like, are you sure you're in control of your guard? Do they take orders from just you or from the Burgomaster as well? Is he keeping tabs on you?
You make it sound like you've seen the guard run by you because you were like around the same area. So he's gonna ask you, did you see him run? Did you see his face?
Yeah. He would just describe his face as best he can.
So having seen him run away, was he among those who attacked you? Is what he's asking.
He would flat out say no, it's a different face. I've seen him inside the walls, but he was not amongst the ones who attacked us, no.
What was he doing here? But okay. Alright. Isaac is gonna pick up Irina carefully into his arms, and he's like, we should make our way toward the festivals, toward the city. Before more of them return.
Yeah.
Of course.
This is a very rare and tender sight to Isaac that you see here as he handles Irina. Irina just simply playing the part of the victim here, trying not to fuck up your plan. You can those of you more insightful can tell that she's rather uncomfortable in his embrace, but what can she do in this situation, right? Part of the plan.
Yep, just gives her a quick look from like behind Isaac of just like, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's just like an apologetic look.
Yeah. Well, he is being careful in his carrying of her. This whole dynamic is rather unwholesome. Nonetheless, you even see if Kristoff is with you guys, because he's staying with you guys. No, Kristoff is back in the city. All good.
No, because we
Anyways,
sent him away.
it looks to me like Aya is growing impatient with this whole thing. Does anybody wish to do? You've achieved what you want. Does anybody wish to do anything else?
No,
Okay.
he's just gonna just play him up to bring him to the Walker.
Okay, so for the sake of expediency, we can say that nobody's gonna question Isaac returning to the city with anybody. So he's gonna make his way straight toward the Watcher House and drop her off there, where she is graciously accepted into Watcher's home. If you want to interact with Watcher, we can do it over RP. If you want. My question is. It is usually around this time that we end session, but I'm more than keen on keep going with the festival and the event, the rain. It's up to you guys. How do you feel?
I'm ready.
Okay. So, the way this works then is that once you've dropped off Irina at the Watcher House, and Isaac is going to stay there, right outside her door, protecting her until it is time for the festivities and such, you have the run of the town. To do as you will, you have a few hours before the final preparations of the festivities truly begin.
I just put a hand on Isaac's. I know it's difficult, but I would be less conspicuous. Again, I do not know who to trust of your men. Are you sure you're essentially painting? You're telling them where she is
By him being
because
here?
of the guy who. Yeah, because of he ran. I'm not. He may just still stay, but like with the guy who ran back to the town, who saw Irina in the woods. I just want to plant the seed of doubt that possibly one of his men, would know Irina's on his way, and then possibly like him standing guard is to keep himself calm might possibly put her in danger. So while he might not be here, he has to be away. And then just keep him just further off kilter. Just have that paranoia and like everything stew. Make him stew
You said
further away
so
from
off
Irina.
kilter that he's super paranoid. He's gonna stay with Irina no matter what. He's gonna be like
Okay,
a
that's
guard
fine.
hound
That's fine.
here.
Yep.
He
fine.
he
So
listens to
he'll-
your word, but he's fears that as soon as he steps away, she's gonna get attacked here in the city again. He made a mistake of letting her go once. Now he's
Perfect.
sticking by her side till the end.
He won't swear. He'll just say it's just.
Okay.
Just ensure anyone who comes by you trust.
Right. Okay. So that being said, with those seeds planted, you, as I mentioned before, have the run of town. If anybody wishes to do anything at all before essentially the twilight hours. Dang it now.
How many hours do we have right now to the festival?
You can just tell me what you want to do, and I'll tell you if you have enough time to do it. You have a few hours.
Oh, fuck, I was gonna try to see if we could try and break into the Burgomaster's house.
Yeah,
Would.
I would have directed us to some quiet, out of the way place, either a room in Blue Water Inn or somewhere else to talk about things, because
You may.
Samson's seeing at least one problem with this plan that we need to address. So get us somewhere that we can talk at least mostly safely.
I think the Watcher's house is good enough, no?
Not with him outside.
Not this. We need to be away from Isaac for.
Okay.
Yeah, and just as we're walking away, Nowhere just approaches Jeb. Just wait a moment. Holds his hands in the pocket. We mouse Jeb will just see the mouse crawl in his pocket, and then up Novar's, and then up into Novar's sleeve. Novar just goes. The mouse actually didn't need to be with you. I just wanted to fuck with you.
Remind me to kill you after this.
You can try. I'd actually like to see that. I bet we have a one-on-one after all this is done.
Yeah. No, I currently am in chain.
Do you want it?
It fit Samson?
I think so. Either way, I mean, we can do it on the chat. So not doing shopping here, but I was planning to sell it, but yeah, you take it, I guess.
Yeah, but it's for the splint mail's for in terms of shape, Samson is different.
Okay, okay.
It
Yeah.
might also
the
have
chat.
her god.
Yes, true. That. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
True.
Samson would kind of bring us to a room upstairs because I think we still have a room booked for a while, right? Or am I misremembering that?
There are free lodgings for you should you wish to approach the counter briefly. Speak to Danica and rent a few rooms. A few coins will buy you
Yeah,
rooms for the night.
Samson would go in to the
A
inn
silver for
quickly
each person.
and Samson hands over a gold piece.
Sure. You make your way
Gets
up
us
from
from
the ground floor to the second floor, to past the hallway, and you can choose any of the free rooms there ain't.
Yeah.
I'm assuming everybody's going together, so I'm just gonna stack you guys up and
Yeah.
push you on the
and
map. There's not really a
bring it.
fight going on. I'm just doing this for the sake of
Yeah,
where
yeah,
you're
yeah.
at.
It's just
Mhm.
nice to.
To have some measure of where are we located.
Right.
So Samson would say, this way, over into here. And pull us into the room down at the end so that we all fit reasonably. So, problem with this plan. He's going to want Fergus to confess. Fergus is not going to confess.
So that is.
What do we do? How do we do that?
Jeb just says, well, that is my hope for all this. The largest flaw with this plan is, paradoxically, its greatest strength. Every word that Fergus says to deny, given his nature, further reinforces the rage and paranoia that Isaac feels. I hope to have planted enough seeds of rage in his mind, but at the end of the day, it is in his hands.
Well, I have seen Nadia commanding other creatures to do her will. She could do the same with Vargas.
Well, you'd have to think how much pull does Vargas actually have over Isaac? Like,
He's his father. The sister means well. The only thing I can
you
think of
know,
to
but
push
I'm
this
talking
over the
more.
edge.
I'm talking more like manipulation to the point where he has Isaac completely around his finger.
Well, I do like what Jeb said about playing into the paranoia. It'll only further anger everything.
Yeah.
Vargas can't confess what he doesn't know, so... But what we can do is that I remember, Jeb, you weren't here, but we did have a dinner with Vargas, and there were other townsfolk at the dinner table. If we can somehow maybe try and emulate one of the women who were there to say, you know, when everything is being denied at the event tonight, to say that, oh, I heard of wrongdoings in the house of, you know, Vargas and everything, or to try to almost have a mob mentality. These people are oppressed. If we can somehow get them to be on our side, Jeb, if you're able to disguise yourself or anyone else as a crowd folk and further,
I
you
just
know,
kind of want to see
instigate
all
these.
of us at that event.
Well, so
Yeah.
Jeb actually says, you said you had that ability to create a version of me. I will not be moving. I can, and then he waves his hand with the shadowy tendrils from the ring over his face to look like just a random person. If you can give me a good enough description of what this woman looked like, I can fade into the crowd. And then he would just do his best to mimic a Barovian accent and various Barovian accents at that, with the disguise self, like change his vocal cords.
Really roll your R's.
Yeah, I was gonna say, it's as long as, well, for DM, like what I was just trying to say, like those women who were at the tables who had those fake smiles, like knitting and everything. I mean, maybe trying to emulate, not like fully look like, but just to be like, oh, this is what she kind of looked like, you know, and then, you know, that was backed up and true. But
Yeah, no, I was just laying on bed, just saying, yeah, it was going to be incredibly awkward if she's there as well. There's going to be two of her.
Well, we would
They
try
are-
to conceal
they
our
are
faces
all
and
there.
everything.
The other, yeah, that's not particularly good at this scheming thing.
You guys catch the shit I was gonna throw at you. I was like, all the holes in this plan. I'm just gonna not tell them anything. And then you catch them. I was like, damn it.
Well,
Yeah.
I shouldn't have
The
said
other-
something. I would actually wanted this to happen.
No, it's for Novak to say.
Obvious.
Novak literally is the only one plugging the holes here. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can potentially use my illusion magic that I got from Sedoon, but
can
it's not.
You can't
really
look like
subtle.
Well, the thing is, every single Barovian, every single citizen of Valaki is going to be there.
No,
but
I
you can't look like a
mine
specific one.
Yeah, mine
Right, but
wouldn't
there's
be
so
for
many in a
me.
crowd.
Mine would, if I was to use mine, I could make either Isaac or Vertus potentially see something. But a single chance, and it's obvious that I was doing something. So
the
it's
other
useful
thing?
for distracting the werewolves, but I don't know how useful it will be.
Can you make a version of me to make it seem that I'm part of the crowd as I sneak away?
No, I can't.
I can do it, but should be like far from the crowd. If someone try to reach you, it's gonna be obvious you are not there.
For how long?
As long as I'm awake.
Because, we could try to... Arena's not going to be there, right? She's going to be in protection the entire time. Like, they're not going to trot Arena out to the, They're not going to trot Arena out to the town square. She's going to be safely hidden in the Walker house, right?
I imagine Lady Walker will be at the town square. After all must be in attendance.
Attendance is mandatory.
I mean, don't
So, yes, Irina will be there.
we have any forged documents to also back your claims from before, Jeb? Perhaps we can
there-
tweak those a little bit.
Might be worth creating that. Any chance we could? Problem is getting them somewhere useful.
I know this might be a little bit drastic too, and I don't know if Lady Voctor would sign off on this deal, but if we were to also bring physical proof of Stella there tonight.
No, that doesn't. You could show that he did. You could show that Victor potentially did this to her, but it's not gonna do what we need. We need to convince Isaac that Vergus was going to cause this to happen to Irina directly. He believes enough that this is capable of happening. He just doesn't understand why Vergus would do this.
Yes,
I don't know. This may sound like a batshit crazy idea. This may sound absolutely crazy, but I'm able to write on notes and basically make someone else see something different on the page compared to everyone else. So what happens if I was to say, write something down on it and just say, Vargas, didn't you like approve this to happen? And then and it may just say something, I don't know, like something that he asked us to do, because he did ask us to do something for him. And then you could say yes, and then I could just say hand it to Isaac, and it just basically says about the torture of Stella. It says one thing for him, but it says something different for Isaac. I know it sounds crazy.
no, that would
But
be quite
Isaac
useful.
could-
Actually, I might be able to plant such a missive on the Burgomaster's person. Actually, he can read it as one note. If he finds it in his pockets, he won't think much of it.
Yes.
That could work.
Yeah, I know it sounds nuts, but
No,
But what do
that's
we also-
quite useful. We can just have one of the posters for, like, if he sees just one of the posters along the town in his pocket, he might wonder why it's there, but not think much of it. But I could make it look like one of the contracts out for Irina's life.
Well, what about Strahd's handwriting? Could you imitate that? What would be something that Vargas would want in order for him to make a deal, and that's something that Isaac would be against? We could possibly write something down in Strahd's handwriting, plant it, but we would also have it say something of, you have resisted me for so long, I will leave your city alone, but you will bring me the blood of, Irina, Kolyana, because there is some tie to it, and thus making a deal, like a pact.
Denied him for some time.
But
You
we
must-
also have the teleportation circle in Victor's in the attic that could also reinforce as further evidence to say that Lord Strahd has visited the home.
Yes, a letter. I could easily forge a letter from Strahd himself to Vergus. Because you've denied me, I will take away what you wish the most, which is the merging of your house with the Kolyanas.
Yeah.
I am in control. This is the price you must pay, or Valaki burns.
Exactly.
But if we do that, then do we want Vergus? Right, that's saying Vergus is being threatened with this happening, not that Vergus is trying to make this happen. Isn't that what we were trying to prove? We were trying to prove that Vergus ordered the hit on Irina.
He already,
If we do that-
which, that's true.
If you do that, then you're saying that it's Strahd. No, you want...
We would need to find something that would tempt Vargas to make that sort of deal. Perhaps he was offering sunlight, a break in the clouds, bountiful crops or something, just something of that nature. But we
Good
would
day
have
for
to.
barbecue.
I do think, though, that we must leave Strahd out of it, especially given that we want Isaac to not attack Wachter, who is closer to Strahd than we would like.
Yeah, because while you were dropping off Irina, you could tell there was some tension between Watcher, to the point where she kind of didn't want Vergus's lapdog in her home, so she kind of keeps him in front of the front door. That's as far as she's gonna let him into her domicile, while keeping Irina inside safe.
We must
Well, you
smoothen.
If nothing else, if you just have a simple contract, such as the ones that you were faking for on Vergus, with his signature on it, if no one else's. Right.
That
is effectively something that simple.
Novark, Can you make me a list of various alchemical agents, and then he would just rattle off a bunch of random alchemical agents that Victor may or may not have been working with. I could just make it look like a letter from the alchemist, or that old man. I could slip it into his pocket without him noticing. He would see something else entirely, be confused by it, but it would be on his person. And even if he should read it, he would not see anything amiss. If it is only for his eyes, everyone else would see another contract.
So you're saying you forge a document that's a contract, and then
A
Novark,
contract yet to be delivered. This time with a higher gold amount.
and Novark then magics it such that
It
Vergus
looks like
sees
just
it
like
as a letter from the alchemist.
a letter from the alchemist
Yes.
with various reagents. Not.
Wait a minute.
Basically, you want it to look like pretty much a contract that the burgomaster will look at and just say, yeah, that's no problem. But when Isaac looks at it, it's just basically something that implicates the burgomaster completely. That's what you want to do.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
and
have-
If we, and anyone
And
but
what we need to hope at that point, Isaac just gets so mad in that moment that he just basically ignores asking him about it.
that is what I'm hoping for. Yes. My entire plan hinges on emotionality and the heat of the moment. The more he thinks of it, we cannot afford the time he would think of for him to think through of the fact at hand. Him fearing for Irina's life is what all of this rests on.
Ivan, what do you think about all this?
I'm conflicted. It's like a lot of lies, and I feel like we're gonna get more people killed than I was expecting.
Your alternative being...
yeah,
So that's why I'm a little quiet, because I feel like we're lying a lot.
yeah.
And like I said, like I feel like we're gonna get Vargas killed and the alchemist. And
But
I don't
then
know
we
where-
don't use the alchemist. It needs to be something completely different then.
Well, I was
But-
gonna. Go ahead.
Well,
But
no,
the thing
you've
is,
been trying to say something for a while.
but the thing
No,
is,
I'll let
like,
you
is
over. Go ahead.
the note would just basically be an order. But to Isaac, it would say it wouldn't say anything about the alchemist. It would just basically be something that Burgomaster has on him that will basically implicate him in this thing. But when Isaac looks at it, he doesn't see the alchemist order. He sees something completely different.
I get what you mean. I mean, sounds like a good plan. Like somehow weird stuff is gonna happen. It's like the amount of lies is like, I don't know how to move on this side.
There's a lot, and we'll need to tie it down a bit. And I just remembered something. And Jeb, I could bounce it off you. You have just a completely horrible dealing with Marshall and everything, but your brain can be exquisite at times. But we have the amulet. We can, during that letter, those contracts or whatever, if we were to reproduce Strahd's handwriting, saying we can give sunlight or whatever, but we have the amulet. That amulet can produce real sunlight, and so that could only further strengthen our cause too, or solidify something that we want to prove.
I would hazard giving anyone any knowledge of that amulet.
We would
Yeah.
never give knowledge. No, we would never give knowledge of it, but we are able to cast from it. They would never know that we've had that.
Yeah, but he also say like it could create like a rift between Isaac and Watcher, because she's like a Strahd
Loyalistic.
fan.
So-
Yeah, so
And as you say that, I would say the light comes from the amulet itself. Were I to create sunlight, I would have to reveal the amulet.
Well, then we reveal it, but that also, I know some of us may not be 100% sold on Lady Voctor, but it's also to know what she would think of it too. Obviously, vampires being, weak to sunlight. I mean, what is everyone's end goal here too? If Strahd was here now and you had a stake to his heart, what would you do?
Impale it
that's a good question. I don't know, really.
right through the heart.
I'm not
No
sure
hesitation.
it will end the problems here. I think it will.
I'm not trying
It
to
will
stop
make
the
it
problems.
worse. Really.
I'm trying to put Wachter in charge so we can have a comfy home base to finish our ends, and I think having Wachter, who is a loyalist, be essentially our home base as we do stuff that may or may not be against Strahd, it's a safer place to hide because Strahd is less likely to look for us at a place that is loyal to him.
No, Strahd knows where we are at all times. He doesn't need that shit.
Yeah, I feel the same. Like he must have like a watch on everyone
Although,
when he wants.
al-
He even
although,
said it once.
although,
For all we know, he's
a
probably
large
just
idea.
watching us right now, just laughing at the whole situation, finding it entertaining.
Yes.
Well,
And just
for
out of character,
The
just
audience
looking at
there.
Tom's face, I can say yes.
I think
I'm just laughing because
Ultimately,
you're paranoid. That's all I'm laughing about. You might be right. You might be wrong. I'm just happy you're paranoid.
If we do a letter, if we do a contract, we just have it be to Burgess's eyes be an innocuous letter. To everyone else's, it's a contract for Irina's life.
well,
That's the only way your plan works, Jeb, right?
Yes.
I think
I
that
don't know if your plan's the greatest, but
The way you'd want to do it is like basically to everyone it looks like a normal contract, but to Isaac it looks like murder contract.
I think like it's a good plan, and it could create like a rift, not on Isaac but on the town, when they see like their burgomaster is ordering hits on people, even on nobles. So
This is what we wish. There shall be a change in leadership, which Wachter will happily fill.
How did you just
She has enough
him
power and-
making these hits? Maybe I missed that part. Like, why would he kill nobles? Why would he do this?
well, I understood that they're trying to make like evidence that he's trying to kill Irina or kidnap her. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah, what I understood that part. What I'm asking is, did you mention what's his motive? Or is this like, I just feel like murder today?
No, I didn't mention any murder. No, any reason. Like,
Cool, it's good to know I didn't
Could be
guess anything.
we could.
There is no reason. Essentially, like unless
no,
we can
you give
think
it
of
a reason.
anything.
The better reason is basically by him kidnapping Irina, handing her over to Strahd. Basically, it's like a deal between him and Strahd to allow him to continue ruling over the people like he is now. That is the motivation.
So Strahd von Zarvich wants Irina dead.
Yeah, it's like they all basically know that Strahd could just waltz in at any moment, but Strahd just basically made this little deal. If you can get her to me, then I'll just leave you alone for the time being.
well,
But we don't want to blame Strahd though, because then that'll put Wachter not in charge.
Yeah, to be honest, I'm not in favor of involving Strahd in any way.
Okay,
It sounds
if
like
we don't
why
involve
would-
Strahd, what other fucked up things are around this place that we know of?
Well, why can't we do Strahd though? Because of Wachter wants to take control.
no. Beyond that, it's like he's almighty. He's God on this setting, so he can take wherever he wants without making promises.
I don't know, we can make it a deal that there's a new Covenant hags about and now they want to make some more children pie.
Well, this is all a
with-
game to him anyway.
Yeah, this is
We're
all a
only
game.
furthering it. We're not
No, they-
imitating him, but we are using just simple handwriting. I
And-
was gonna say, if we do the thing of where, if we stick to like how Jeb had said earlier, like in order, I will give you Vargas X whatever you ask for, or because you've denied me for so long, I will take Irina's life. But I'm also hoping that during this whole fight or whatever, possibly Isaac dies in this too, because maybe that's a good pushing point for Isaac, is to see Vargas finally accept Strahd's gift or whatever. He'll be so pissed and shit that he'll just go on a murder frenzy, and then hopefully he kind of dies during whatever, or we kind of facilitate that too, so it's a win-win for both sides. Now Wachter can take over and we don't have to worry about him deposing her.
I do not have a brain for this scheming.
Yeah, I'm not the brightest on that either.
The thing is, like, if we're 100% going to kill Isaac, right? If that's decided that you just want to kill Isaac, then it is just simple. Let's just hope that he hacks off the Burgermeister's head there and then we take care of the rest.
Well, if
And
he does
we-
hack off,
we just
if
see-
he does kill the Burgermeister, I think we can then have
use
him
that as basically he's just killed Burgermeister, and we tell the people he run, and then we fight Isaac.
I mean, I understand that we want Isaac on the other side because he knows the guards. They fear him or respect him. So he brings control to the city in a time of chaos after change of management. So that's why we want Isaac alive.
Yes, I think we can. I think we can serve him on a silver plate to Lady Wachter and use her connections and abilities to further our own ends. If we just want him to be a corpse, we
Yeah, the
we should've
forest was
stabbed him
the
in the
place. Yeah.
we've come too far.
I think this would be easier if Isaac was to die, though, in this, but we don't have a direct hand in it.
I think I hear the bells, guys. So, what do you think we're gonna put in the note, or you wanna put on the note?
I'm trying to write down. Go
At
ahead.
this point, Samson's sitting in the corner, kind of resting, not fully processing what the plan, or not fully understanding the plan that's being discussed. And
Just for a second, for a little bit of flavor, Samson, where is that ember from?
that's the small piece of amber that was from the Durst house.
The one that
I
Catch
remember
your shadow?
as I described before, as
it
you're
has
kind of
some
twiddling
ties
in,
to
in your hand, you just lose focus for a moment from off the room. You see stars in the void, and far off in that void is like a nebula of blue and red and orange, forming the shape of an eye, ever watching. As you stare into the ember, so it stares back.
And I will, seeing that, I will continue to stare into it.
I just need to say something before my voice goes from not speaking for half an hour. Go on.
Well, I think we have an idea of what we're gonna do. We just haven't decided the outcome that everyone wants. But I think we can proceed with this. And
Yeah, at this point, I think we might just have to take it as it goes. We can hope that Isaac kills Fergus. I think we've done enough on that end. We hope Fergus's protestations is enough to help our side rather than his. And if things turn, we take down we might have to kill the Burgermeister and Isaac, but by doing such, we've essentially committed a coup and we install Wachter in charge. She has enough forces to wrest it from there, should violence be taken. I think we've done enough. I think the letter is not necessary, and we can just hope that what we've done is enough.
what
If not,
you were saying, like you were planning to play like a maiden girl?
no,
maid
but
girl?
no, that
No.
the fair point was she might be in the crowd. I'm not familiar if it
Okay.
would
You could pose as any kind of like maiden and just say, "Oh, I was there, huh?"
Yeah, and
I could definitely do that with my voice.
you could also like hit the crowd, like we want a new major.
Provoke them.
Yeah,
Um,
exactly.
Yeah, I could definitely provoke the crowd if things are turning that way.
Well,
Yeah,
I could definitely
Yeah.
work the crowd, and I think if things are turning, if Isaac does accuse Vergus in such a way, I could do my best to rally the crowd against the Burgermeister.
Well, sounds like a plan I can follow and sleep tonight.
As you continue your conversation, Samson, you continue staring at the gem in your hand, the twilight within. and you begin to see the stars within start to reflect on the gem's surface, and you realize the light is coming from outside your window. As twilight begins to settle upon Valaki, outside, townsfolk are shepherded, though few need to be led, by the town's guard into the town square for a night of what looks to be light and liveliness. The sparkle reflected upon your gem comes from a whole bunch of little glass bead decorations hanging about the garland, sort of like Christmas lights, enchanted with a touch of magic to sparkle glow like stars.
Well, we should get going. It's time for the festival.
Yes, we
Something
don't want to be
causing
late.
More problems.
Even though no one wants to show that we have the amulet, it's like, it's a very good, powerful tool to show that we can actually harness the power of the Morning Lord and bring sunlight temporarily, but possibly longer to the future, and have everyone be on our side, because Vargas has never been able to give that. And so, like, that's a huge thing right there. As far as, like, Isaac's own thing, I mean, yeah, we need to work on that too a little bit, but I mean, literally, the crowd could just do the whole work for us.
Yeah. Well, let's get going.
Also, what do we plan to do with Vargas? Like, he's deposed and there's a coup, but coups don't end nicely.
I mean, he's a tyrant. He will get a tyrant end.
As I
He will
said,
have
we
his
are
loyal vanguard too.
we are installing a different tyrant, one who is closer to our proclivities than the present leader. I'm sure there are enough who are unhappy with the present leadership that the rabble can fight amongst themselves. We are getting enough from this transaction, as is enough of the town.
I mean,
While not everyone is
remember,
happy, there'll be
Nadia.
enough that will be.
Watcher
Remember,
doesn't seem to be a. I mean, you say like she's a tyrant, but she's like a capable hand, capable mind, instead of this insane Balaki.
yeah, and Nadia, remember that he has people tortured in his home. I assume he does it for his own enjoyment. I don't know.
Yeah,
Just
it
say hang on
sounded,
to the
it sounded
ears.
like earlier that people wanted to keep him alive. Like, I don't know.
No.
I was just like,
Oh no,
I'd
no,
say
no.
just hang,
I,
just
I,
just
I
hang
don't
on
want
from
to
the ears,
actively
Raph.
try to kill him, unless we have to.
not actively,
I-
no, but I was gonna say let Isaac go loose on him.
Oh yeah, that's my
do you
plan.
have
I
Maybe,
want
they, maybe they
doubt
both
that
die
Isaac-
then. That'd be
Do you have
beneficial
any
for
doubt-
everyone.
Yeah. Do you have any doubt that upon deciding that this is that our story is the truth, that Isaac won't immediately decapitate Vargas, or at least kill him in some brutal fashion?
Well, that's the thing. Do we need that final nail in the coffin that will push him across the edge? Or is Vargas going to be able to convince him, no, I did not do any of this?
Oh, that's where we come into it, or you guys come into it, and make sure it lands on our favor, or your favor.
But I do think we underestimate how much Vargas has over Isaac.
I have but one card to play, and it is the same card I've been playing. I can, under the guise of another guard, should Isaac bring a blade out to Vargas's throat, I could be a guard and threaten Irina's life, put a knife to her throat. And if Isaac were to further raise that blade against Vargas, Irina dies. And in that moment, it might push him over the edge, and then I will abscond into the crowd. It may backfire, as
Good.
my plan backfired earlier.
That's a terrible plan, but
Well, I'm gonna say too, what if, wait, if Isaac lives through all of this, like this coup and everything, I mean, how are you gonna get him to see Lady Voctor's vision? There's no way. I mean, I kind of see, like,
He doesn't have
Isaac
to see the
and
vision.
Vargas.
He just has to see that she will not harm him. He will not harm Irina.
Yeah, and he's a dog. Dogs obey.
Yeah, but after years of being conditioned to be like that, that's gonna be a little bit more of a hurdle than just a one-time, oh hey, this is what I plan to do. You know, that's gonna take a long time.
Oh, if he doesn't play, he can spend time in the dungeon. He's not
Yeah.
a good soul
Yeah.
either, so
And at that point, we can ask Wachter what she wishes. Again, this is all to help her achieve her ends.
Yeah.
I got money on she'll want dead.
yeah. And
Yeah.
for me, I just wish to get a hand on Victor. I don't wish him to die easily. I hope he spend the rest of his life in a dungeon.
Or a cat at this rate.
So Samson has started to make his way out. Probably is
Wait for me.
coming out.
Well,
Let's get going.
Nadia,
Until
thank
Samson
you
has
for
a
helping.
headache at this
Yeah.
point.
Nadia, thank you for helping salvage that chaos that occurred.
well, I had to think quick on my feet too, and I only knew I like to hit, you know, my problems head on, and that's the only thing I had left. I'm glad I could help.
Yeah.
Once all this
I-
is over,
I
I
will-
have some questions about your Baron.
Oh, that's fine. I have all the answers you need, hopefully.
I will say as we start moving out, let's try and get a position in 60 feet of where they're going to be. That way we have some options, preferably out of the way.
As you begin to head out and even twilight settles upon Valaki, you watch the streets. Throughout the evening, the townsfolk are made to endure a program of perhaps poorly prepared musical numbers, enforced by decoration appreciations, a lengthy session of prayers and off-key song, and as should you follow where the crowd is going, you will see that there is currently a 2-hour speech on security and obedience by Baron Veralakovich himself. You make your way toward the town square, I'm guessing, just following the crowd?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
You would see several shopkeepers have set up stands in the square during this time, including Garov Blinsky, who is in the midst of entertaining the children with puppets in a puppet show. Nearby, a member of the Hunters Guild have set up several martial games for the enjoyment of the public. You see Zoldar, now healed up from his recent harrowing adventure. You see Zoldar mount a few targets, target dummies, as Yevgeny guides a kid through the proper posture of using a bow and arrow. Astrid can be seen seated in the shadows not too far away, peeling an apple with a small knife. There are all various kinds of vendors throughout. Several shopkeepers have opened up shop along the sides of the town square, selling all manner of stars-themed crafts, including like these crescent half-moon masks, sparklers, and other confections, sweets for kids and such. You see the Mardikovs have set up a wine stall with kegs raised in frames and tankards ready to be filled. If you wish, there is even a drinking contest underway currently. As well as an archery contest, alarmingly close nearby to the wine casks, where several Valakians try their hand at bow and arrow shooting against the Danis by reading the signs nearby. You can tell that the final prize is a bit of silver coin and the honor of lighting the festival's wicker moon, the honorary position offered by the Baron himself should you win either contest.
Oh, question.
What's up?
The moon mask.
Yeah.
Samson walk over. How much is one of those? Samson,
They're so
I think, like
for copper pieces, like 3 copper pieces each. They're made from paper, there's a little bit of decoration here and there, but they're quite plain.
Samson will go buy one and put it on.
3 coppers, and it's shaped like a half crescent covering half your face, like so. Made of essentially paper mache with some sparkling elements, perhaps some ground up glass dust to make it really shimmer under these spectacle of flight. Really, the core and central decoration that's quite impressive for a town of Valaki are those little glass beads upon the garlands that seem to shimmer with shades of blue, green, and pearl white, enchanted by someone's magic.
Maybe I should try out this archery thing. Could be a laugh.
It could be. Although, is it really fair to the townsfolk? But we don't necessarily care, do we? Go on if you think it'll be fun.
I mean, the only other choice is drinking, but I don't think I'm allowed right now.
Simon, do you
Yeah,
mind
I
purchasing me
would've
one of
won.
those masks?
Simon?
Samson, do you mind purchasing me... Samson, sorry.
I heard that.
Yeah, no. Samson, do you mind purchasing me one of those masks? It might help for... just so my face is less recognizable later.
Samson, go ahead and toss out 3
It
coppers
is.
and Jeb.
This mask is also have a crescent on the other side of the face, complementary to Samson's. No
Look,
work you.
Samson wasn't getting Jeb a mask. Samson tossed 3 coppers at Jeb. Jeb has to get his own mask.
I ask Aya to get me
He
a
has to
mask.
interact with the poor.
Oh my god, you're the worst. Get over it. Give your balls a tug, bud. Let's go. And do you get
If Aya
him a
says no,
mask?
I'll get him a mask.
5 hours later, you buy a mask. The fucking festival's over.
Yeah, there is a festival. He needs a mask. I have a mask. Samsung has a mask.
he's gonna burn every bridge before he does anything for himself.
As you're purchasing that mask, Norvik, you approach the hunters. You again nods to you. He's like, Norvik, how are you? If the contest, just grab a bow. I mean, you'll beat up the competition. I have some faith with you. The marks are barely 60 feet from us, so have at it if you're really craving that prize. Always nice.
Longbows only?
Hmm?
Is the longbows only?
Yeah. To provide fairness, it's not like your own weapon, but like you can be persuaded.
No, if seeing that Jeb will just say a longbow is not too difficult, and he would just give him like a quick crash course and give him the help action from 30 feet away. Just remember, hold it to your nose, straight arm. Look at the target, not at your hand.
No, we're
So
just
he can
going
get
to
the
go
one
for
shot with advantage.
I think I may miss this one that way, and it just points my hand towards Jeb.
Samson will take a conspicuous step away from Jeb.
Hey, I'll need to just add the longbow for the items list because I've not got mine anymore.
The shooting
we'll
range
see.
is a few dummies set up. Each dummy is painted with a circular target. For the sake of the mechanic of this, each dummy has a certain armor class to them. You may rule to attack a dummy as you take aim and attempt to hit a dummy. And if you hit below the AC, obviously that counts as a miss. Ruling the AC and slightly above counts as a hit on a target that's like, outer ring. Ruling like a little bit higher, I have thresholds. Like is like the middle ring, and ruling like literally like anything above 20 is like a bullseye.
Yeah, 1 second, it's not letting me.
And your competition
I think
is
it's
like a Valakian drunkard who takes way too long to try and notch the arrow over and over again, and some kid who's like half the height of the bow he's holding.
Go no work. I believe in you.
Whom I'll be
Okay.
rooting for.
I seeing that Novark aimed it at me. I'm gonna give the kid and the drunk advantage on their shot.
What are you telling either?
I take
No,
the
I
drunk
didn't-
and I kind
no,
of sit him
he
up.
didn't.
I look at his sway. I hold his arm.
Novak
up.
didn't aim it at you. He didn't aim it at you.
I thought.
No, he just
I-
kind of. No, he was just talking to his old R's, just like maybe I'll miss that direction. Just.
He'll still take it. So with that, he's just gonna realize he probably doesn't have much for the drunk, he'll talk like, okay, well, when you hold a longbow, remember, and then he just gives him like a quick rundown of an archer. This arm straight, straight as it. This arm pulls it behind your ear. Now remember, your arm is as straight as an arrow. Look at your target. See the point at the corner of your eye. Just look straight. He takes the arrow
he's
out.
holding his
Now,
arm like straight above his head behind his ear, looking at target.
like, okay.
Yeah, you want to know the irony of this, Jeb? He's drunk out his ass, so basically you're just giving him a normal roll.
Yup.
Watch.
So now remember, you straighten it out. If he sees like any sway, like just pretend you're on a ship, and then he kind of just like rocks him slightly. Just pretend you're on a ship.
This is nice.
Okay, I'll prep the kid. Okay, we're prepping people, so I'll prep the kid. Like, go ahead, kid. Have faith. I believe you will bullseye it every time.
Right? I'm gonna have Novak you rule against the following rules. So the drunkard and the kid take aim. The drunkard just following instructions, eventually figuring out how to shoot a bow somehow, with his arm behind his head, above his head, behind his ear. He is gonna go ahead and loosen up, and he flies. And the kid loosens the arrow as well. You watch as the drunkard hits the arrow barely outside the rim of the far target, and the kid just whiffs it. I mean, like, the arrow barely makes it, like, 5 feet away from him before it, like, goes on the ground.
Okay, I wanna tell to the kid, now do it again, but with your eyes closed.
Okay. Yevgeny is like,
And when he tried to shoot the arrow, I'm gonna try to grab him with my hand.
grab the kid?
No, the arrow from his bow before it
Okay,
shoots.
I'll handle that. Novak, take your shot.
The help action gives advantage, doesn't it?
Yeah,
Jeb's
help action gives advantage.
Yeah.
I'll just change that into advantage. Here we go. There we go. Boom.
22.
22.
Bullseye, bud.
Just to be an asshole, Jeb is gonna pick up the bow from the drunk guy. Let me. And then just now, Novark, your technique was all wrong. First, your arm goes like this. It's straight as an arrow. Bonus action, steady aim. I'm gonna use my hand crossbow. It's the same roll. I'm proficient in longbows.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah. Bonus action, steady aim. So with advantage.
Fucking you
Wow.
watch as the arrow hits
Wow.
the target, it just splits the arrow you shot in half.
That's how it's done.
The kid
He's wearing a mask, but you can hear the smugness underneath the mask.
Well, and Novar just walks over. Well, enjoy kissing the Burgomaster's ass up in that stage.
That's how it's done. Okay.
Well,
Amazing.
you were gonna do it either way.
So I'm gonna do this for you there, Ivan. If AI rolls higher sleight of hand than the kid's roll, you catch the arrow. So kid
Okay.
rolls. I don't know why I didn't roll it. Then just try it again. He loosens it and it begins to fly. You can hear the string snap. The arrow whoosh toward the target, and reflexes kick in. You fucking catch it out of the air. What do you do?
Okay, and I wanna cast
You're a monk
silent
now.
image. I wanna cast silent image and make him seem like he did a bullseye.
Aww.
As he split Cheb's arrow.
Exactly.
Are you? You're such a shit. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, kid opens his eyes like, I did it. I did it. I was like,
You
he's
need
like,
faith.
shit, he did it. Fucking. I just imagined like Jeb giving you like the biggest stink eye right now.
Oh yeah, like, just daggers through the crescent moon mask.
Samson will walk over to Anne and go, "Good job on that one.
Novar's just slightly laughing.
He's unnatural. He didn't need my help.
Of course not.
Jeb being a spoiled sport. You didn't actually hit it, you know. That's not really there. I trained. I split that arrow down the middle. Just lambasting the kid after like the kid was proud for like 30 seconds. He'll just start yelling at the kid.
Yeah. If Genny like giving you a while to like yell a little bit, he's like, you know, it's gonna be a volley. I mean, a whole bunch of people are gonna be firing at that wicker. You can join the line. You can be part of it too. You know, sharing the fun of the festival. Everybody who hits bullseye gets a chance to set the light the wicker. Oh. But the main prize goes to kid. Look, I guess. Look at it, it's a fucking tie with Jeb ruling them around to 20s. Holy shit. Way to spend your best rolls on a fucking festival game, bud.
The best rolls.
That's right. Like today, you have only got 20s.
I know. The man.
And it becomes a
Three nat 20s. He's had 3 nat 20s a day. Well,
Yes.
4 actually, technically.
As the festival continues going, you guys have your share of fun. If you wish to partake in drink, you may. For the sake of expediency, I'm gonna move it a little bit forward. You hear the bells of a church ring, and it's shortly before midnight at this point, as Baron Valakovich directs his guards to assemble the Parade of Constellations. At the head of this parade, you see an assembly of unhappy-looking children. They march through the dusty streets, holding onto tiny candle flames. They are dressed in comically bright as night flowers kind of costumes, and their faces are painted in shades of blue and violet. They are followed by a disorganized group of commoners beating on drums, not quite rhythmically, wearing masks shaped like crescents like the ones you're wearing. In turn, they are followed by the Burgomaster's wife riding on a white horse. She's covered in strands of white strings and garlands and waves to the crowd with that straight smile of hers. The crowd waves back. The crowd keeps on gathering at this point. They're all ushered towards the square together. As they do so, you begin to recognize a few faces among them. You see Watcher has joined the crowd with Irina almost under her arm at this point, and of course Isaac is there nearby, keeping a watch and everything. The Martikovs are here, other faces are here, the priest is here, Father Lucian is here, etc. As this parade keeps on going, in turn, these people are followed by the Burgermeister's wife, and then behind them go a group of sorry-looking men dragging and pushing a carriage with a massive sphere of laced wood, vines, wicker, and rope. The smell of pitch and oil precedes it, wafting across the open square. Charging a horse around the procession, nearly crushing a couple of the children, the Burgermeister himself rides in the center of the square. His face is painted pale white, and he is also wearing half a crescent moon and this like ridiculous wig. He holds over a gruesome torch and a wooden sword, all for showmanship, all the while smiling wildly. The wicker moon, carried by a quartet of guards, is set upon a platform constructed beside the stocks and the gallows. And the stocks and the gallows are still a bunch of men, women, and children, just kind of like framed in there as a show of humiliation. All part of the festival, of course. Trotting the horse in a tight circle, the Baron shouts with an uncomfortably high-pitched voice, "Rejoice! In my safe mountain town of Valaki, we reject the Dark Prince. By the light of the midnight moon, all will be well." We are in the town square.
And so is this kind of where people are right now?
More or less, yeah. It's... where would you put yourself in this situation? You can go ahead and drag your own tokens onto the map if you don't mind. As I continue describing sort of... those of you who have made bullseyes on the board and perform well in the archery competition are given either your own bows and a bucket of pitch and arrows to be dipped in it, ignited on the mark, and aimed at the wicker moon that has been set up on the stage. course, only those who hit bullseyes are entrusted to make such shots from a distance, as part of this tradition. You see rain begin to trickle as you, those of you who take your bows, dip the arrows in the bucket, pitch nearby. What do you wish to do? I don't want to force your action. Describe what you're doing.
No, Jeb will definitely take the shot. Like he won't be the first, but he'll be, if it doesn't light within like 3 people or 3 shots, he'll try to do his best to steady aim shoot the
You're each given one.
thing on. Oh yeah, so he'll be the 3rd shot. I mean, like if the first couple people don't make it, he'll be like the 3rd or 4th shot.
I'm gonna put it with the one over here and not directly beside Baron Fergus because I can always see hear somebody snickering, like, like, right.
Yeah.
If so, you guys convince actually Isaac not to be beside the Baron at this point. He's gonna keep an eye on his guard while being beside Irina. Irina being beside Watcher, which is over here. So I'll go ahead and spawn her there. There she is. Let's do it here.
Actually, I'm thinking Samson would probably be set up over here.
Sure. There's that. Those of you who wish to dip your, arrows in the bucket of pitch, you have one of the guards pass by with a torch and ignite each arrow tip. As Vergus is sort of conducting his usual speech about the security of the town and how this is all due to me and all will be well, he gives off a signal for you to align your shot as the flame spotters in this rain. Bouncing light to all, and
Yep.
take your shots.
Steady aim, bang. 22.
Okay, nice.
I hope you roll like that against the next dragon, okay?
Yeah, Novar's no bothering. He was never actually going to do this part.
Novark, he just looks over at Novark with just like a shit-eating grin, still taking it way too seriously, still being bitter.
Right. As you watch the arrow sail, it thunks against the pitched wood and begins to ignite from inside, from within, as the crowd begins to actually give half an effort of a clap. Not so much of a cheer, but a very, although like, oh, this was actually something for a change. But as it begins to ignite, you begin to see smoke as the rain increases in intensity. And then, steadily, the flame dies, and a very sad arrow kind of withers away and drops out of the wicker moon. As you hear the sizzle of the flames go out, like suddenly, a singular laugh erupts from the crowd, drawing the Burgermeister's fierce gaze, as well as gasps from local townsfolk. Just as maddening, just out of nowhere. The source of laughter is a man dressed in city guard's uniform. To his misfortune, it is the very man that Jeb was impersonating earlier. The other guards near him are aghast at his ill-timed outbursts, and immediately the Baron just shouts a command. This is spite, malicious malcontent, I will not have any of it, arrest him! And you watch as Isaac does not follow the command, instead he just kind of gives a nod to another guard to fulfill it. Do you guys do anything in the meantime, or just watch for now?
With everyone's attention wrapped, Jeb is going to just walk into the crowd and assume the face of, like, a commoner.
Okay. So, as you do that, you watch as the guard stifles his laughter, his face quickly snapping to like an expression of dread. Others bind his ankles and wrists and drag him toward the Burgermeister's podium, and the Burgermeister quickly requests for that horse he was riding earlier and mounts it, and they bring him toward the Burgermeister's horse. You see a cruel smirk twist upon the Baron's face, and then you hear, "Climb up to the horse. Let's give the people something to witness. Make an example out of him." The Baron's guard do as he commands, tying the shackled guard behind the Baron's horse, and in turn the Baron kicks the horse into motion, and you watch as he begins to just drag the poor guard behind him, laughing madly as he makes an example of the man, just dragging him around the podium.
So I have a mechanical question.
What's up?
My telekinetics mage hand is invisible. And right, no verbal, no somatic, no nothing. It just is.
Yeah.
My telekinetic shove also invisible, or does that have something to do with it? Alright, so as a bonus action, you can telekinetically shove one creature. You must.
I don't see anything that says that.
I would say that
it's
the show is invisible.
Okay. Okay, so that's what I was thinking, but I just wanted to double check that because it calls out that the mage hand.
What do you want to do, my friend?
I was, if it was invisible, I was going to try and use it to knock Fergus off the horse.
Does he rule anything against it?
If I'm only doing this if it isn't visible that I'm doing it.
If it wasn't visible before, what would be visible now?
So that is a strength saving throw on his part as he gets within 30 feet of me.
Strength saving throw, he rolled a 12.
He's moved 5 feet directly away from me.
You watch as suddenly, mid-laughter, the Burgermeister is pushed up the horse, and with a retching, he drops back first into the mud as more stifled laughter echoes from the back, close to where Fiona stands. People close to Fiona actually dare laugh at the sight. Others watch in horror as the Burgermeister brings himself slowly onto his feet and just kind of parts away his wet slab of hair and just looks at everybody in rage and is like, "What?" Coughs in the rain. A very pathetic sight that. The slows to a gate, and then the guard begins to slow down as well. Behind it, you can see that, well, battered, he is still struggling to kind of guard his vital organs from the pain of being dragged around. Embarrassed by this, the Baron attempts to maintain composure as the crowd exchange looks. Through all this ruckus, the chaos, and the rain, which now pours down like in buckets, unnaturally so. Down the lane, you hear a voice, piercing all around, thundering from the skies themselves. The voice is deep, resonating and echoing, and yet somehow bored. Such pathetic display of a man grasping at power never his to begin with. The voice is that of Strahd. Such fruitless, malign efforts. You forget yourselves. To much of your horror, you watch as mist and shadows twist, meld, and coalesce to form at the center where, say, Vargas is here in the dirt. They form where Vargas stood before. The form coalesces and rises before the wide-eyed Valachian crowd. The mist solidifies like a shroud around the pale figure of Strahd von Zarovich himself. I want to put on some music that's not festival music. He is the Ancient. Thank you.
I don't think my token's on the board.
It isn't.
It
A
isn't.
search.
You may
need to
put
pull it
yourself
out.
wherever you think your token would be at this time as you watch this unfold. People cry out in terror. Some back away in fear. Others stand frozen, paralyzed in terror and disbelief. The Lord of Barovia sternly gazes upon his flock of terrified sheep, his eyes finding yours, all growing tense as your blood seems to freeze in your veins. He speaks, and when he speaks, it seems to be as if he speaks directly to you. Festivities to drive away the dark. How droll. You would call me a villain, but in truth, You and I are not so dissimilar. All succumb to the shadows of Barovia. You are no different. Strahd's pale hand reaches out, blackened nails like claws scraping the wood of a nearby pillory, holding a weeping man, shivering and whimpering in fear. Strahd looks upon this restrained man like one would look upon a cockroach before turning to face you all. Your determination in the face of certain death has been amusing, but this is starting to become a tawdry spectacle. Though I must admit, some of you have shown promise, and those who show potential will be rewarded. The rest, on the other hand, will serve as a reminder. I am the Ancient. I am the Lamb. Despite your efforts, I remain undispellable. Imagine my disappointment when I learned of an entire werewolf pack purged away by your hand. No matter. That which has been decimated will be replaced with a more resilient breed. After all, murder ought to turn your stomachs, but it is getting easier, isn't it? These people foolishly put their faith in you. Hope is the armor of fools, and in the end, night's darkness and pale moonlight will reveal your true nature. Valaki has become a stupefied echo of its former glory. In your delusion, the people have forgotten the truth of things. You, he points toward the Burgomaster, you have forgotten obedience, loyalty. You raise walls and throw festivities to drive away that which you fear, but your hollow defenses have failed you, my dear Baron. It is high time for a reality check. I do not need to descend my legions upon this pathetic excuse of a city. You would be spared my wrath. For the true terrors which you work so hard to keep out walk in your midst. Let us unmask these heroes of yours, shall we? Strahd's hand reaches skyward, and with a lethargic motion he grasps at celestial bodies, parting clouds and revealing the crescent moon above. Then his hand turns, and as it does so, light begins to fill the moon, steadily waxing over until it comes to rest bright and full, bathing Valafi in its pale light. Samson.
Immediate cast. As I start to see him doing that, I'm readying an immediate cast. Remove curse on myself.
Samson, make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh my god, I didn't see it coming.
I don't think any of us did.
You will never see it coming.
No. Failed.
Samson, you managed to resist the following, however, unfortunately for Novarg, like molten metal through your veins. The lycanthropy curse burns your insides. You feel a primal rage rise and boil as moon's light momentarily blinds. You feel yourself drop to your knees and grip the ground. You feel the change. First claws and fangs grow. Muscles bulge as bones thicken and dark patches of fur quickly cover your body. In seconds, you shed your former self and transform into a terrible hybrid. Your mind struggling to maintain some semblance of control, failing to maintain some semblance of control. What follows is a hunger most ravenous. Although you sense yourself leaving, you sense something more stronger, a scent of blood or flesh, a maddening craving for slaughter. Through this madness, you can hear but one voice, Strahd's voice, a single word whispered. East. That's where we end session.
Oh,
Don't do this. Don't. Let's continue 3 more hours, please.
Samson saving himself from killing his own party. Your loss.
What about the children though too? Do they turn?
No.
You
They
hear
were
howls
not-
on the distance. You see Astrid
Not-
begin turning as well.
Yeah,
Shit hits the fan.
Astrid returned.
Shit.
This is. Yep. This
You've
is fun,
you've
'cause-
brought them to the very gates, laughs Strahd. Alright.
Novark, the Baron has some very delicious blood. You should go for that bear and
Yeah.
that rich blood.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
you're
think
playing
I have
along
any
and not-
control whatsoever in Over during this time.
I do not have the spell
You
slots
do.
for
I will,
this.
I will never take away your agency, but you now must roleplay a werewolf with a lawful evil alignment. Chaotic evil or lawful evil? I think it's chaotic, actually. I'm not sure. But it's.
Yeah,
I'm pretty
it's
sure it's
chaotic.
like attack anything on sight. That's the whole point of Curse of Werewolf. But I will never, ever take it away from you to roleplay that shit.
if you kill your puppy, we're gonna be sad.
Yeah, no, actually, a werewolf wouldn't attack another wolf.
See, that's your
Point.
call, and that's what I like about you.
Yeah.
Would a
but
werewolf? Would a
priest over
werewolf
there is
attack like
good.
dinner that's already been shackled in wooden pillories, that's already marinating itself in salty water, aka tears?
Probably.
Up to you decide.
So what was
next
the last
time.
thing you said? East. Is that what you said in Over?
East.
Feast, sorry, feast. Right.
So we're playing tomorrow again, right? Like.
You're excited.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This-
that's
Guys, I will say,
I mean-
remember Novar did say one thing: if he went rabid, kill him.
Oh,
And
yeah.
he
No,
was
I
also-
heard that.
When
Like,
you
Jed's
said
gonna
that,
take
and I
it
had
seriously.
like Ezmerelda there was like, dramatic irony, delicious. I was like,
No, go ahead. I'll
I
accept
should've
it. I'll
done-
accept it.
Yeah, I should have done the thing that Samson, in theory, would have done, but does not make for good play at all.
To the
which is
forest.
Take. That in theory, if I didn't change things around to make things reasonable, the immediate response to both myself and Novark turning would have been, nope, we're leaving, goodbye. We're gonna go hide out in the forest for as long as it takes to get rid of this. We're not gonna be anywhere.
I was gonna
But
say, I
that
wish I
becomes-
had.
you think I'm gonna give you like an
Nonsense.
opportunity to prepare for your curses? Nah.
Yeah, but yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
I wish I had my orb charged, because then I can just try to like thunderstep some people out of there.
You know, I was discussing the orb with my friend the other day, not to fucking kill the drama or anything, but it's hilarious. I discussed the orb with my friend the other day. He's like, so is it like a J crystal? I was like, no.
Is it a what?
A J crystal. You know,
What the hell's that?
what the bros are wearing whenever they J together. Charging. Don't
What?
worry. You know what? Don't worry. But if you don't know it, then maybe that's for the best.
Hello, Google, my old friend.
J crystal.
I was
Sounds like it's
not
something not worth googling.
tell you, Nick. Yeah, true. We can charge your orb whenever you want. I can give you resistance, so you can.
I thought it
Heal
was based on
yourself if you
damage
want.
taken, not damage.
It's on lightning damage taken, but I feel like that's so out of character, and it's so it gets very goofy at that point, just to like electrocute myself.
No, it can
You
you
know?
can roleplay it correctly. It can be like, I hold the crystal, and this is me being a conduit of my goddess's power, and it's kind of like, I don't know what religion it is, but when you flagellate,
Yeah, flagellate.
yourself, like it's kind of like that. It doesn't have to be silly. It can be symbolic.
Catholicism.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
I-
doesn't have to be penance. It can be like, this is me testing myself. I need to get used to this kind of pain because one day I'm gonna be an embodiment of my goddess's power, and this is what it takes. But this is just me like shooting off the top of my head. It doesn't have to be silly. It doesn't have to be like, go, fucking
Oh yeah.
zap
yeah.
me,
No, like I was gonna think about playing into that and everything, how to become stronger and everything, but at the same time I was like, oh, I've only got like 19 health. I'm not gonna possibly risk 2 d10s on myself.
yeah. There's some fun that's gonna be there.
And then I have to take 10 damage. So if I roll low, and if I have resistance and anything too, like I'm just literally just taking damage to myself and not charging it.
Well,
Yeah.
you guys are talking about playing tomorrow. If everybody's free, I could, but I have a feeling like not all of us are gonna be available for tomorrow.
yeah, I'm not sure. If people are up for it, I'm here.
I'll have to check. I'm gonna have a busy work day tomorrow. My girlfriend works for Saturday, so I may not see her. So that gives me time to do whatever.
Hey, it's something
but
to look
let me
forward to.
check.
It doesn't have to be. We don't have to cram it all.
Yeah.
I'm glad you guys are excited,
Yep.
and I want to leave on a high note,
Uh,
and that's good. And it gives you time.
Yeah, that's a real good cliffhanger.
Yeah. While I fucking throw it at you, you guys are making such wonderful plans. I'm like, it's not gonna matter. Just.
That's what
Yeah,
I was like.
I was
damn it,
thinking
yeah,
that.
I'll
Like,
play.
so was like, stop planning because it doesn't matter, guys.
Yeah.
yeah, this is and right now I'm kicking myself for not having Samson do what he really should have done from the start with this, which is just goodbye. We're leaving. We're gonna sit out in the woods until this is resolved and not resolve anything else.
Well,
But that grinds the entirety of gameplay
it's
to a halt.
boring.
Exactly. It's
Yeah.
boring. It's what Samson would do,
Yeah.
but it's boring, and that violates what is it? Rule 0 of D&D.
Sure.
Everyone is here to have fun.
Yeah, and
And it's
have
like,
adventures.
The solution that would happen is boring, and that's
Let's just.
So
we just
Novark,
say
do you have a
that-
backup character?
That
No.
Yeah, I do.
I have a plan, guys, and yep, you're gonna do it. You have Moonbeam.
yep.
Fuck off.
I do have Moonbeam.
Ah,
Yes.
Moonbeam and Healing Word.
Okay, but question about Moonbeam. Do they transform back until they get out of Moonbeam and then revert back because it's a full moon? Or is it... I'm pretty sure that's the case.
No.
It's suppressing.
Moonbeam forces them into the default form. So
Right. So does it.
Yeesh.
And I'll have to look that up because I'm pretty sure that's a suppressant.
yeah,
Um,
I don't know.
man. Sam's like, I don't want to kill my friends. I'm going to burn a 3rd level spell slot even though I'm already drained.
Oh.
I'm like, you do that, but...
Second level.
So let me clarify something. I
Mhm.
have been sitting on and deliberately holding back to remove curses for myself and Novark at night.
Right.
I am holding those daily. I don't cast it until night until we go to rest because there
Yeah.
could be a thing that I need it for something else and we mitigate some other way.
Well, good
My
thing there's
current plan is to rush to Novark and cast remove curse on the werewolf form
How are
and
we
hope
doing?
that mitigates. I don't think it does, but I don't remember.
Our rules was
We
it
should
makes
also
the
just-
DC to save against it 5. So if you roll higher than 5, you restrain yourself
Yeah.
for that night. But if
But
you
no,
fail,
I'm thinking right now with Novark having been turned, if I cast remove curse on him, I don't know if that gives him a chance to basically recover.
I mean, what's fun, right?
I
Yeah.
say we use the amulet of Hold Vampire on Strahd, blast him with daylight, and we all just
I-
dogpile
Nice.
on him.
Let's
Actually-
end the campaign.
Yeah.
I-
totally.
Cut the head off the snake, it's done.
Totally.
so-
yeah.
In all honesty, I was considering dropping the 5 charges to drop daylight on him immediately.
Okay.
I was looking at it going, there's no way this works. Daylight is not powerful enough to take him out, and we are all
We should be subtle
drained.
who we show the amulet to. Stretches up. We should use it immediately.
Yeah, literally.
Now's the time.
The reason Samson is being subtle about this is Samson is concerned that Strahd will take steps to mitigate if he sees it, or if he knows that it exists. Now, if I'm using it against Strahd, he doesn't have time to take those steps to mitigate, assuming we can resolve it in that meeting.
Sure.
But we have a monster hunter with us, right?
No,
He's
thank
in
God.
the inn
Granny
sleeping.
somewhere in the crowd. Ah, Strahd, fuck you. Sucker punch you.
Just to say where she's gonna jump out and like probably blast him with an arrow or two.
I'm just gonna rogue crit some 20s next session, guys. Don't worry about it.
Oh yeah, please bring those rolls. I was gonna ask, how are we doing with health? I'm pretty well, but I know that we
No.
took
Samson
like
is
insane
bloody.
damage.
I'm
Okay.
bloody.
I'm pretty okay.
Okay,
You will quickly
Sure,
learn that
okay.
Strahd is a shark and he smells blood.
okay.
Doesn't fight fair.
No, and like when you say Samson, I didn't know what was going on until he put like remove curse. Like,
How-
what's going on? What
how
the
to-
moon? What?
How to motivate Novark to play an evil like werewolf is like, for each party member you kill, Novark, I'll give you a level. Like,
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
Well, no,
Yeah.
I can
It
tell you
changed
right
my
now.
alignment already.
I can tell you right
I
now
don't
that
know.
guard that's standing next to me is fucked.
you just stand
I
there
don't know, I
like
think
with
that's
11
actually
health.
fun.
What
Fucking
he's not telling you
Tranquilla.
is you're gonna
It's
level
gonna
up
be
to
a
like level
recreation of
12.
Castlevania, like fight scenes, just like eyeballs flying everywhere. Just
You're gonna be the
everywhere.
next Loop Guru that we're gonna have to fight.
Yeah. The strongest and resilience that Strahd just mentioned.
What a way to retire a character if you
Well-
just retire him now. Be like, Tom, next session you play Novark. He's Strahd's now. That's it. I'm gonna play my new character. I'm gonna just introduce him in this fight. Like, my name is Firebeard Mech Dinglefucker. I don't know, whatever. I'm here to fight this werewolf. Let's go.
That would be
The
a
new character is
player
Isaac.
power move.
That's Novark's backup character. It's gonna be Isaac as whatever class he comes up with.
Yeah, but I was looking forward to a dwarf with a red beard.
Well, no right choose if he wanna die or. keep
It's not. It's
being-
as I said. It's as he said. If he went feral, and the only way to stop him was to put him down, do it. He did.
Yep.
If I go feral, guys, don't kill me, okay? Try to save me, okay?
Samson
No, well, he
has
said if there's
Absolutely not.
if there's nothing you can
two
do.
plans.
If
Yep,
I, if I
Samson
go
has a-
werewolf
Samson
mode,
has a
remember,
plan.
I'm an organ donor.
Yeah,
Yeah.
if Jeb dies, do everything you can to bring him back to life.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on the
Yeah.
same train. Like, don't give up on me, okay?
When I die, bring me to the abbot.
Yeah. So-
Yeah,
so-
Jeb, you have to
plan-
remember one thing. Jeb, you have to remember one thing. Werewolves, like pack animals, go after the weakest prey.
So I will say,
Novark sniffing about. Smells like pussy in here.
Yeah.
Smells like bussy.
But I
Okay.
like to call that one the boosie.
The caboosey.
Boosie. Like stay classy, Mickey Funhouse.
Yeah.
I have a bold idea. We have Irina next to us. Let's torture her.
No. The thing you really need to do is you need to get Irina levels in Cleric, and then you need to give her the amulet, because then she can get next to Strahd without
Give her
problems.
the amulet,
and-
give her a toast, give her the sword, give her like all the items. Just have her face rub herself and send her to castle. We're out of here. Have the DM play with himself for 2 hours. That's fine.
Well,
Yeah.
I don't know, Novark. If you get pretty feisty out there, someone's gonna get a fireball
Can we just say
or a
that,
lightning ball.
that in the launch page on Roll20, if you look at like the Vistana, if you look at Ezmerelda's art, and if you look at Ringa's art, it looks like they're like checking each other out. Like, oh, this line.
It does.
UDT.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like the character of Ezmerelda. I mean, we didn't saw
She
her
is my
that much.
favorite. I just wish that Vistani did not have fucking 93 pages of lore.
But, she's pretty interesting. And I like the fact that she has like reading cards. Yeah, fun stuff.
I had, by the way, like fortunes to read to each of you if you asked her, but like nobody was like, I want my fortunes read. So I was like, I'll save this for later, for the road, I guess, if we survive this.
Yeah,
all
whoever
the
makes
readings
it.
are the same. It's just all
It-
of them
it-
death.
Yeah, like for Novark was like, I see hair.
I foresee
and blood.
the beast. Just.
Yep. It's gonna be real interesting because I think we actually, depending upon how Moonbeam works, we might have a chance if Samson can win initiative. Unfortunately, I just have advantage on initiative. Because I can
I could
drop Moonbeam
probably
on
run
Novark
to him.
immediately.
Well, I'm gonna
I could
command
probably. I'm
them.
fast enough to run to him. I think.
To catch Novark.
Yeah.
I
think
mean-
I can run to him. I can definitely moonbeam him. I can run to him and moonbeam him, but I don't know how that helps us.
Just take off my
Uh,
pants, turn around, bend over, moonbeam.
If it fails, If it fails the save, it also reverts instantly to its original form.
Yeah.
And can't
What?
resume its a different form until it leaves the spell's light.
Leaves the spell's light. I knew it was in somewhere. I was like, fucking it's entire night curse. Like you can maintain somebody out of form and shackle them and I don't know, whatever you want to them, but they'll revert back.
The
It's just
plan
like a moment
is to move
of respite for Novak as light hits him. He's like, kill me! like,
Do you have a diamond, Samson?
No.
Nope.
I do not have a diamond.
no.
We don't have it.
Well,
However, what I do have is a second casting of Remove Curse. So if I can get to Novark and force him back to normal form, I can stop this.
I mean,
PM,
Because-
I'm bringing my
death a
horse.
curse?
Huh?
Is death a curse?
No.
No.
This is a
No.
state.
I was joking.
Yeah.
I don't even think Finger of Death is considered a curse. I think it's just the fucking spell effect.
No, I think it's just you die.
Not even
Well-
like the card of many things thing where you just die. It's not a curse. It's a state.
I don't know if Samson is cursed or he's only undead. I'm not sure about that either.
What are you talking about?
Oh,
The
Samson is Samson
He's reborn.
definitely
is
cursed.
reborn. That's not a curse. That's a state of being.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank,
Oh my god.
thankless state of being. But yes.
So okay, one second. Let me double check wording on Remove Curse.
I have a way
Oh,
to. What happened?
Dear. I broke the attunement on my cloak by doing that. So I now have lower con than I did.
I do want.
It's my cloak. My ceremonial shroud I'm no longer attuned to.
Can you not choose the course you wanna? Okay,
Remove
it's all the
curse,
courses.
All all curses affecting one creature or object end. So I hit myself with that.
Yep.
Ruh-roh.
It's fine, it just drops my con by 1.
Less
Or five,
resource. Don't worry, we don't need them.
Alright, I am gonna jump off though, because I gotta get
Yeah.
up for
No,
work
it's just
tomorrow.
getting quite late.
Yeah.
Before you guys leave, I was gonna say like, where is Rictavio, guys? I'm just gonna leave that out there. Rictavio or the the merchant?
I think
Rictavio
Rictavio's
and
on the
Strahd is the same guy.
stage. Yeah, Rictavio's on the stage.
Exactly. I just wanna say that.
Tavio?
It's Rictavio or
Hmm?
The funny storyteller person. I mean, what else would you become if you're an immortal lord who's bored of everything because you've done absolutely everything in this world that you're trapped in?
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Sexy
Rictavio
lady.
is Strahd. Okay. I was like not following
I
for
don't
like the
think
longest
so.
time, and I was like, what?
I don't think it is.
no? Well, I didn't mean Rictavio. It's just like the name of this merchant that Samson and Novark
Oh,
and Nadia hate. Sorry,
Kristoff.
Christoph. Sorry, where is Christoph? My bad.
Yeah, I don't
He's
remember seeing
around,
him
probably,
around.
right?
In the stage.
He's around.
Clearly,
He's.
Kristoff, Rictavio, and Strahd are the same person.
I would say like he's present in the festival. For sure.
I don't suspect from him, so I trust him
He's a rich
completely.
merchant, guys. There's no reason to not trust him, okay? He's rich, he sells things, he's well dressed, he's above reproach.
And he knows Draconic. He's fireproof.
He's a dragon.
I want to take a guess. DM, will you tell me if I'm right?
No.
Whisper
You
it.
can
Okay.
still take this. I'm not gonna tell you ever if you're right because that's spoilers by principle, but I'll listen to your guess. I'll tell you if it's stupid. How about that? I'll tell you if it's
Okay.
a dumb guess.
I think Rictavio.
But you could be stupid and right.
I think Rictavio is Van Richten.
That's not a stupid guess.
Okay.
You should tell him.
I
that
have-
some-
I have a suspicion, but I can't confirm that 100%.
What's based on it? Do tell.
Because I remember we had.
Because assumptions are
we-
nothing,
we
but if you
were-
have facts, then great.
Oh yeah.
Well, I remember we were talking, and we were in the blue.
Water Inn?
Yeah, Blue Water Inn, and we had a side conversation, and you were like, yeah, you were really close to like a key character or like someone of importance, but we didn't know who. And we've met a lot along the way.
There's
But I think he's
also
I
one
meant
of
like,
them.
what's your evidence in the campaign? Not what I told you out of character.
I think we have like the one
Oh.
piece of evidence.
I'll tell you that much. The reason why I said that you were really close to a character at the time is because, as I've mentioned before with Vistana, when she was talking to you guys, she was in Kreshk. When you guys were like, when you guys were like exploring it for the first time, she was staying at the Abbey, and there was a whole encounter therein, while she was staying with development and all that. But you guys never explored that floor of the wing. And I remember at one point when you guys were leaving the Abbey, you were telling me like, man, I really wish we like met that one woman that was mentioned in the card, Ezmerelda was his name or whatever. And I'm literally like staring at her token, and I'm like, oh my god, this is painful, kind of thing. That's when I said like you were really close to a person that was sexual plot. But is Octavio RVR? I mean, like, it's good as guess as any.
Your evidence on that is that he got real freaked out by you, Nadia.
Right, because he ran away because I tapped my ring.
Hmm.
But I think if he's also traveling too, that makes sense because he has to travel kind of like secretly because he's doing his like hunter stuff.
Ezmerelda did say
So
that he's
he
here
would-
to kill the strongest vampires there are. Imagine your
Right.
surprise if you say, if we are going with the theory that he is Octavio is RVR. Imagine your surprise when you see somebody who appears to be a vampire, but you're not sure, tap a ring of like mind shielding. And I mean, if you know, we put two and two together, RVR being who he is, a monster hunter who knows how to recognize shit, would put two and two together and be like, oh fuck, Strahd found me. Need to get out of here. Bye.
I think the other piece is like the guard of the caravan is really similar, only the colors were different.
I wouldn't call them similar because I actually have a picture of both of them. So I already handed out the, just for the sake of this sort of point, village.
But he
I
needs
don't know.
to travel.
Then I misremember. For some reason,
So
I
this is
thought
his.
like
So this is his, right there.
yeah.
And then I have Kazan's tower, handouts, Vistana's wagon. Look at the difference. Even without color.
Yeah, those
one
are-
is purple, one is like
those
red.
are-
Yeah.
Yeah, those are different.
Okay.
They're different, they contain different things, but you know, it's fine to have theories.
Either way, I think at this point this has been the highest of the campaign. Forget Doru, okay? Forget David. This was the highest for me.
I
Just so
really
I'm
wanna
clear,
make
is it just Novark that's-
Strahd's appearances matter. Sorry, what?
Is it just Novark that's a werewolf, or
No,
are
you
there
can
like
hear more howls in the distance. You can hear howls coming
Oh,
from
boy.
the far, like toward the church area, which you can all guess where that is. And you can see, those of you who have Astrid in your vision can see her drop to her knees as well, and her clothes tearing, her armor tearing as she shifts into a werewolf. Yeah.
I thought none of the kids we brought back had been turned. There was just one of them who had been bitten, and he stayed at the camp. All the other ones were pre the fight ring.
You might
Where
be
they get
right on that.
turned
I'll have to
after.
go back. I think you guys. I think you are right. I think the
Because
boy
I think
Yeah, I
there
think
was
so.
one
I think
most
that's
of
what
my
where
family
we
has stayed
deliberately
here.
left
In that
him.
case, it will be only Astrid
Yes.
that you brought back. Correct.
Unless we were lied to. Like, no, these kids are
No, those
healthy.
kids were not bitten. You guys made sure of it, and I think I established that as well. That you saved them
Yeah.
from being put in the ring and bitten and all that. The only guy, the like 12, 13-year-old who was like, "This is my home now because I'm bitten," wanted to stay. I don't know why I rolled that, but I did, so I have to stand by my word. So in that case, it will be just Astrid then.
Yeah.
Because some stakes must remain, I suppose.
did Strahd fight you guys last time, or did he just like show up, do some shit, and leave?
He was really polite.
He's a perfect gentleman. He was like, "Please stay with me and reminisce about my old home." Anyway,
He's-
gotta go see some abbot about some fucking weird ass chick or some shit. I don't know.
Yeah.
And then
Peace.
he clapped when we killed the boss. Like, oh, nice job. In Jester Hill.
Yeah. But that's the whole thing. No, he didn't fight the first time. I mean, he's not fighting you now either. He's not really drawing sword. He's like, you did this to yourself. Welcome to Barovia, sort of thing. Like,
Yeah, that's always my other question. It doesn't look like he's getting ready to do some shit. It looks like he's about to just like
he's not
throw
even
the
fighting
cards
you.
on the
He's
table.
fighting
and
his
leave.
fucking town who has the audacity to celebrate 100 years away from Strahd. It's like, you think I'm gone? You just were not worth my attention. But anyway, you know, this is how fast I can turn things around. And whether or not you guys do anything about it, there's gonna be development from here. It's kind of like more development than lucky. I mean, how do you think the crowd is gonna react now? How with those support
Oh no, yeah,
figures? Those support
Walker's in
watchers.
charge now.
Well,
No,
is she?
because well, I was gonna say like Walker's not openly worshiping Strahd, but like if all the bullshit they went through for the past 100 years doesn't keep Strahd away, then he's gonna lose all if he survives
What's
this.
the
He's gonna
point
lose
of a
favor.
baron and some festival and some Tyrann who's like, yeah, I keep Strahd away? I was like, no, you don't. Proof. Not only do you not keep me away, but you welcome your own bane. This is Barovia. You're under my domain, under my rules, and if you choose to ignore it, well, there's punishment. That's
Being
what
forced
makes
to go to an
him unlawful.
unpaid staff meeting on a weekend.
And you know,
Oh,
I mean, you foreshadow it like so many times. It's just like I didn't see it coming. Like how many times the Novark and Samsung's transformation or Novark's?
Yeah,
Like how many times have we stabbed our hands? Like everywhere. Like today
Oh,
we did it again.
We
For-
knew that. We just didn't suspect that it was going to be a.
This early.
We were basing it off of the. Right, Strahd literally turned time forwards on us.
Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
Samson,
He is
the,
the
the,
ancient.
the
he is the
justification I
land.
had for Samson not just saying, no, we're leaving, was I can keep these remove curses to keep us safe while we mitigate this. And
Yeah.
frankly, there's nothing I can do until that final date.
I actually
But-
had half a mind to do something very weird in retrospect that I'm glad I didn't do. Where I was gonna have our old time wizard show up under Strahd's control and be like, you know, minion, do this for me, and he turns the moon forward. But I was like, that's taking the limelight away from Strahd himself. That like he could do it himself. Plus, I don't want to do that to a player that's kind of out of character for him. So, yeah.
DM, the moon
So-
isn't land, so he shouldn't have been able to do that.
What do you mean it's not land?
The what?
I'm kidding.
What do you mean it's not
I'm
land?
kidding. I'm joking.
Look at you! You believe there's a moon? It's a mimic. It's a giant mimic under Strahd's control.
The moon doesn't
It's
exist.
crawling across
all-
the what thing you call sky. Just crawling across it.
It's like that conspiracy theory: birds aren't real. The moon's not real.
But they are not. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
Strahd's
birds
just keep thinking in a giant dome. It's all just Truman Show. There is no moon. He's just the director of this horror movie that you're in. That's actually wow. I said it and I'm like, wow, that's actually fucking good. That's actually good if it all turned out to be like a horror movie you're in. And it starts like, and cut like, at the end.
Strahd is Connell with a headset pulling levers, like the end of Silent Hill 2.
He just has like a beret and a cigar at the end of it. He's like, perfect. It's perfect.
all right, I gotta jump off. I gotta get some
Yeah.
food and go to bed.
Take care.
I'll let you
was
know about
super fun.
tomorrow. As soon as
Yeah,
I know
look-
what's going on with work.
So, is everyone tentatively available? I might be able to.
I don't.
To
I
make
think it's best to save it for the next week, just because
Yeah, maybe.
look
I
forward to
don't
it.
want to do this to people. I don't want to like shove sessions in kind of thing. I want this to be like a, yay, it's like Thursday, you know, like thing.
No, I'm super excited. I want to
It'll
see
also
where
give me
this
time
goes.
to prepare.
Yeah.
Yeah, I see that
Let's
part.
do Thursday then.
Okay, Thursday.
And I'm
What?
going
It'd be my first Strahd experience.
Yee.
So, did you know Strahd was coming out this session, and you just were just keeping quiet that nothing that we did mattered?
I knew I wanted to do it.
Not that it didn't matter.
But,
not that it
but
didn't
I was
matter. But
listening
you
to
know,
your
like,
plans, and I was considering. I was like, well, maybe I should hold off on that to let them execute that plan. But then, I don't know. It's
No,
not
no, I was just-
railroading
just-
if that's
I was-
literally what he has planned. This is what's going to happen.
yeah,
The
no,
world is
I
not
wasn't
yours
saying
to
you were
control.
railroading. No,
Uh,
that's what I mean.
it
Like,
was a
I
good
didn't
plan.
know if it was already planned out. I just didn't know, like.
I had it like I have a lot of things planned out that, you know, if they stay in Valaki for the festival, then, you know, they're gonna witness this.
No, yeah. I
had
was
it
just
planned out
curious.
for the last festival, but I was like, I guess I'll hold off of that. But
yeah, that was my question.
especially when you guys like fucking did that to the werewolf, then I was like, nah, Strahd's not gonna like stand there idly and be like, you know, I'm okay with my werewolf pack being fucking demolished. No, he's gonna do something like dramatically ironic the way Strahd always does. We're like, oh, they're infected. I'm gonna use that, and I'm not even gonna like, you know, give them time to prepare. No, I'm the ancient of the land. Witness your curse, kind of thing. I wanted to do that for like a long time. Just had to pick the right time for it, and it was a good plan overall, and it can still get executed, perhaps. But okay, here's what really pushed me to like do it anyway. Do what we did tonight anyway. Is that as much as you guys plan, I keep hearing the same thing at the end of like, and then we're gonna kill Isaac, and if the Burgermeister's still alive, we're gonna kill the Burgermeister, and then we're gonna kill him, and then we're gonna kill him. I'm like, if they're gonna die anyway, then there's no reason for me to like hold off a hostile encounter where they might die, and we might have some interesting new angle of progress. Right? Or you're gonna cure curse, nothing's gonna happen, and Strahd's gonna be like, all right. Now I know what I'm facing. I guess fuck me, right?
You said you had to wait. So how sexy is Strahd?
How sexy is Strahd? He is.
He's rich.
Enchanted.
Okay, I'm
Why-
just gonna say
So
that.
it's like
Why ask me this?
seeing the Lord of the Land appear. Like obviously he's an impressive, imposing figure. He's dressed well, I'm pretty sure. Like how, like what is his initial presence?
Regal, proud, composed. He doesn't shout or yell or anything. And
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
capable of emotion, like quiet rage and stuff. He knows he's in power, so it's a constant.
Like pure confidence, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So how sexy is he? Jeb appreciates grooming, and
So
he's not like sexually attracted to like bodies. He's attracted to like breeding and like like that aspect of it, right? Like you could be a broom with proper breeding and like manners, and Jeb be into it.
he is not disheveled or like doesn't keep himself up, but in terms of physical sexiness, I don't know why I'm asking this, but like he is aged. You can tell that he's in his later years, and he, even with undeath, it just froze him in time. It didn't make him any younger. He's not a youth. He looks to be death walking. But he is still regal, still well kept and stuff. I have a body art of him. I'm gonna upload to general right now. If you want to like just get a general notion.
I'm just picturing essentially like, is Jeb going to be like, oh shit, we should be careful?
Because he's sexy.
Well, like
I'm not sure what you're asking me here, bud. Is he sexually intimidating? Like, I get no.
No,
right?
it's like imposing presence essentially. Like,
Yeah, absolutely.
like,
the way I
but like if he was like not zombified, but like closer to undeath,
he doesn't
disheveled,
seem frail.
like feeling
He seems like
Yeah.
he has seen years of war. Like he's a soldier, he's a commander, he's a prince. He has
in the same vein. Yeah. So the reason why I was asking, in the same vein that Jeb implicitly trusts Kristoff and was willing to bleed for Ezmerelda, independent of her knowing about her father, like Strahd is someone he innately respects. So like,
Are you asking me should I simp for Strahd?
pretty much, because he's simping for Ez and Kristoff because of how they're like their first impression. Like Jeb's about first
Can you
impressions.
simp for somebody who just turned your friend into a direwolf beast hybrid?
That's the point.
And
They're
then
not
sent the same
friends.
direwolf beast hybrid towards you to like rip your guts apart? If you can still respect him for that, you do what your character would do, my man.
I mean, if we didn't have the arrow moment, maybe, but
I'm gonna say give him more than like 20 seconds of screen time. And
Yeah,
then
yeah.
because, I mean, I have more. Yeah.
just initially, like he's well dressed, regal, and Lord of the yeah.
Yes.
Was Strahd an elf or a human?
He was.
Or how?
I see
It was
pointy
human.
ears.
Okay. Yeah, I
So
see
you-
pointy ears. That's why I'm asking. Okay.
Pointed ears just because bad features, right? Bad features.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but also probably artist choice. But I mean, if you ever look at the cinematic for Neverwinter, Curse of Strahd, and you see Strahd in it, you will see that he has like a human palish form, but then he has like a vampire form that when he shifts to his eyes glow, he gets like a wrinkled up batty nose, and then like his ears sharpen. It's like a shift to like hybrid form. So I mean, like maybe that's his point in between that he maintains himself. But human is the answer to the question. He was born a human. You
Okay.
saw him as a child as a human. His father was, and his brother was human, etc. Rahadin was elven, which is funny because like it looks so like, I think on purpose because they're supposed to be like brothers in blood. But if you look at like a art of Rahadin, I have it. I don't know if you're still in Roll20. You're not.
No.
I'll post it-
I'm
I'll-
not in Roll20.
But on general, if you put it
if
there.
you if I'll post it because general. If you look at like this, I have so many people like on Reddit and other like, that's a very weird rendition of Strahd. And I was like, it's not Strahd.
I feel like if he like Rahadin looks a little bit less. That's someone Jeb could draw a sword against.
Oof. Yeah. Where you were when we
Sure.
fought
Them-
Rahadin?
No, he wasn't there.
No, he wasn't. Yeah. It was on the top. He down. I don't know. He was crazy with the attacks.
I just meant that someone he could draw a sword against. I mean, like Strahd has that big vampire energy. Rahadin has that like.
You're assuming Strahd is going to use a sword.
And the other thing, like I was asking if he was elf because his girlfriend or whatever was an elf. That's why I was asking.
Girlfriend?
The one that was gonna get married to her. That
The one who shucked
those
herself off.
elves-
Oh yeah.
balcony?
The one that Rohan pretty much was like killing entire race for.
Yes, exactly.
Casimir's sister, yeah. No, but I mean, like you can marry other races,
Yeah. But
especially
Pointy
after you
ears.
find out why he wanted to marry her. I mean, like there's like, always a connection to and reason to. What I like about Strahd is that he never does something just because. I always have him show up because of reason. You killed my werewolf pack. I'm gonna show up and make an example of you by doing something ironic. I killed entire race because it was not ironic, but it was justice. The land is
I
soaked
mean-
in my justice, kind of thing.
in character, it sounds insane. But out of character, yeah, salt the earth. I
Once
see
you hear,
myself.
I mean,
Like you want
Maybe it
you
is
want
the
like
same.
if you're marrying an elf, you want to have the only elf around.
the Umi.
Have that rare factor.
Not
If
following.
you-
It's
having
not-
one of two
Let's
elves.
just say
is
she wasn't
rarer
rare
than-
because she was an elf, but okay. I think that's in the Tome of Strahd.
Well, now
so I'm
now
not
it's
gonna-
multiple reasons why they're rare.
True.
I'm going to head off, and I guess I'll have character prepared.
You
Uh,
told me to kill you, man. It's respect.
No.
If I land the last blow, I won't kill you. No work. Don't worry.
Just if I'm not killing you on purpose, man. I had a dragon arc prepared for you, so
I know.
what happens happens. We're just doing D&D, and this is Cursed Strahd. It's fucking brutal.
Exactly. No.
I'm also sure someone's gonna tell me not to kill you. / I probably can't kill you. You'll kill me easily.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah, I see that too.
Yeah, I don't have to kill. Like, I'm gonna say this: if Strahd wants you dead, you'd be dead. Like, this is like the fucking subtitle of this campaign. If Strahd wants you dead, you'd be dead. Strahd is not here.
To be
Strahd
fair,
is not here to kill you yet.
we
Hello?
don't have to fight. We can just run away. Or
Jeb
save
is good at
people.
running away, and it ruins a lot of things.
Yeah, basically, Novar's complete survival basically stands on you guys.
So if Novak bite us, we can get the
Yes,
curse?
you can get cursed, yes.
Oh my god, Novak! It was so nice to meet you, man.
That which has been decimated will be replaced by much stronger breed. Before Nova bites all of you and you become a new pack. Ironic.
Oh, there goes Ezmerelda.
Yeah.
Ezmerelda just pursues you and just becomes like Ezmerelda's new BBG. I'd be down. She has the fucking CR for it, God knows. Fucking ridiculous.
Good to know.
The-
Don't go against her.
I'm not gonna tell you your CR. I just made her like sound very skilled because she fucking is. It's like
I
DMs shouldn't have DM NPCs, but here's Ezmerelda de Avenir, and I'm like, I can't
I
not
assumed-
take Ezmerelda. Like,
I assumed she was something, given that a third of her description was her weapons.
yeah, she's a protege.
Anytime
She's a protege of an author who wrote like 35 second edition books on like the undead and shit. So you can only imagine.
any like NPC from any module that their description has like a chunk written to weapons, like they're gonna push her shit in.
Well, because she's one of the few NPCs who actually is overloaded in weapons. That's one of her character traits. That like, I am never prepared. Like I must carry 3 swords on me at all times. Like, yeah, because like you disarm her and she's like, well, I have another blade in my boot. Like that's her like combat personality. She's always
Makes sense.
She's the kind of woman who like sleeps in her tent with like a dagger in her sleeve or some shit. You know?
Well, it's a good thing, Aya, you have like 35 armor now. Look at your plate and your cloak of protection, and I
I'm
forget what else you did.
I'm so happy I'm almost full health.
You know what's
Like-
ironic? I'm not gonna do it because it's cheesy and I don't want to take glory from you guys. I'm never gonna take limelight from you guys. But cheesy will be for Ezmerelda to appear, and because Novak drops everything on this person when he turns to a werewolf, he drops his pistol. So Ezmerelda picks up his pistol, loads it up with one of her silver bullets, and shoots Novak with his own pistol.
Well,
Chekhov's
yeah,
gun.
we'll do it. Yeah, take that note.
That
Jeb's-
pistol.
Jeb picks up the pistol. Is like, my name is Beige.
Assuming he could pick it up, it looks like it's a lot of heavy metal on that thing. I figure the recoil will have him miss.
What's the dice of a pistol? 1d10?
10.
1d10,
Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
Oof,
Like
that's
I have a 45 that my father-in-law gave me a 9mm because the 45 just kick. You shoot it for a while, your hand hurts.
Yeah.
I can only imagine what like those old school like guns are like. Blow your hand off.
I can't even begin to imagine.
Now I see half down turn in a werewolf. We're gonna have to
Wait,
kill everyone.
Does Novark like as a werewolf? Does he like get full health, or does he just become like? Does he like
no, you just
become a new form with
you
full?
just I believe you just transform and your stats change, but your HP remains as it is. It is not polymorph. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty positive that's the case. You do gain like immunity to
Not magical damage.
non-magical, non-silver damage.
Oh, I can't hurt him at all then.
I mean, like, I'm not a fan of people in DD ever saying like, "Oh, I can't do anything." Like, you always can.
Oh no, I'm still gonna I'm still gonna
Look
do what I'm
around
gonna
what's
do.
silver. The blacksmith is right there. Grab a sword. You know, like you don't have to pay for it, like kind of thing. Off the top of my fucking head, like Savra will be like, "Fuck, what's going on?" Like blacksmith over there. Grab a blade. Take care of Novark. You know, knock him out or some shit. Just you can always do something in DD.
Would Jeb? So that's common knowledge for Jeb to know about silver and werewolves, then, right? Because he wasn't with the entire werewolf thing.
I
just
think
mean, 'cause, like,
I think that's
I'm
more
going
fair.
to.
Yeah.
I'm happy to like waste a turn like running to stab him
I
and
mean,
realizing
you're all
like,
about
oh shit.
reading from your libraries and getting trained, reading
Yeah,
lore and stuff. I think
exactly.
it'd be if you and I know this shit, then Jeb would probably know it too. Yeah.
Okay.
Because it's not fun to play the ladder. Like it's not fun to play someone who's ignorant to like basic shit.
No, I'm actually. Tell me any limitation. Like there's a lot of information I don't act upon because it's something my character wouldn't.
I'm not
know.
gonna tell you
It's
what a
a-
Lugaroo is and what's its deal. I'm gonna tell you that werewolves require silver to slay.
I know what a Lucaroo is from other media, but
Well,
yeah, I don't know
Jed
anything
does
about
not
like
know
this
what a Lugaroo is
yeah.
because you were not there in the cave
Exactly.
to learn about them or listen to them. You can
No, of course,
always
yeah,
question Ezmerelda if you'll get the chance to talk to her about any monster. I'm pretty sure there's not a single fucking monster in Ezmerelda does not know. That's one of her
Nice.
traits that she fucking recognizes everything. So.
I mean, I don't know what is a looker. I know that it's a werewolf, but Samsung never explained it to me. And me as a person, no idea what it is.
Was in one of the.
Von
Have you
Richten's
read
Guide-
the?
Von Richten's Guide to Ravenloft.
Yeah, I haven't read it. But
I
I
was
was.
talking about the Dresden Files. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna leave you guys. Very fun, Tom. Thank you for everything. Really
Yep.
great, Tom.
Yep.
See you next week. Oh, no, Rick, you're still here. I thought you went.
No.